Morena koutou, good morning councillors, morning staff. Welcome back to everyone that's watching on live stream for day 2 of our annual plan deliberations. We still have our karakia which was held over from yesterday, so I think that we can just carry on with today's meeting, but I understand it's a happy birthday Councillor Patterson, so congratulations and best wishes for today. We hope that we'll give you some good birthday wishes. Councillors, we got to proposal 25, which was the reduced level of support services to sports development functions. That's to disestablish 2 FTEs and remove $150,000 from the budget. So has everyone got their right places in their documents? Are there any questions in relation to this matter? Councillor Patterson.
Morena, thank you, Madam Chair. Morena Anaru, good to see you back in the hot seat again. I have a few questions on this, if you wouldn't mind indulging me. On page 22 of the draft annual plan consultation document, which was version 3, so this goes back a bit, it says under the title Sports and Recreation Proposed Savings, it describes the purpose as attracting and supporting events. So that's not listed in the current format of this, but it was in there. So would these responsibilities include the rugby league tournaments that have been hosted throughout the year, and they were the ones that actually led to us getting the reputation of hosting great events like that, and hence we got the NRL All-Stars as part of that reputation. And also, you would have to say then, if that's the case, thank you for nodding in agreement, that these people would be highly capable. Would you say that?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Patterson. Whilst these roles are currently vacant, based on what you've just said, and if I think about the submissions that have been made in regards to community feedback, and I particularly go to Ben McFarlane's letter and also Fred Shilton's presentation in regards to sports club coordination, tournament coordination. What we have at the moment is we have a capable team. However, we have some resource challenges in regards to providing that best service in regards to the things that you've just spoken to as well. So what we see here in regards to these roles would be integral roles to enable us to deliver in regards to the expectations of our community, not only our communities but also of our tournament coordinators in regards to providing best service, as well as sports field coordination. If I recall rightly from Ben McFarlane's in particular, his written submission and Fred Shilton's, is that we've got some challenges there that we'd like to work through with our clubs as well in regards to obviously the demand and supply issue that we have around our sports fields. These 2 roles would enable us to be able to best meet those expectations.
Right. So I was told that the ones that we put back in for the event attraction and event planning roles, that they were the 2 that were vacant yesterday.
Yes, these roles here are the sports facilities role and also the sports planner role.
Yep, but the ones yesterday?
Those were for the event space, not related to the sports space.
So what I'm getting at is, were those 2 vacant as well? Yes, so there's actually 4 vacancies.
There are 4 vacancies in regards to sports and events.
Okay, right. So I guess what I'm trying to get to is that given that we're in the situation where we need to make cost savings and we recognise that those 4 roles are important, going by what Councillor Barker suggested yesterday, that a review of some of the overlaps between the various areas in our events team, and you indicated that that would happen at some stage. To me, what we're facing right now is an opportunity to do that now, and that those 4 roles were consolidated into 2. Is that feasible?
I think a preference would be to do the investigative work to support what we're saying now. And so if that was proposed, then we'd certainly look into that for the better coordination if that's what's being suggested. We'd have to look at that first and foremost, and the demand, given the expectations that the council have, rightly so, in regards to event delivery, as well as the sports events delivery locally as well. So happy to do that work. I think that would help to inform any future decisions in regards to this space.
Thank you.
Any further questions, councillors? Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Good morning, Anaru. Could I just ask, so these two roles are vacant at the present time?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. Is that anything to do with perhaps why we haven't had a report on the NRL event that was earlier this year? Thank you.
Well, look, thank you for that, Councillor O'Brien. No, that report will be with you in the not too distant future, the next couple of weeks. We've certainly had some challenges in regards to closeout here with the NRL. That has been problematic. If you recall, leading into the game, as an example, the NRL, whilst a big machine, seemed to concentrate on one event at a time. So we've had some challenges in regards to closing out, but we certainly will be presenting to you in the next couple of weeks a report back.
Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Anaru. Can I ask too, on the similar question to Councillor O'Brien's one, is this a position that Steve Watene had, the vacant one?
Thank you, Councillor Maxwell. No, that position was the sports manager position. This is not one of those. This is one of the supporting roles.
Can I just make comment of seems we're talking about the NRL. I can recall Steve takes a while to get some of these major events, and it was 2 years away from this year's event, that he wrote a letter and he wanted support from Te Arawa, Te Arawa Kapahaka, how it would be leading into it. So I joined in supporting letters and also supporting Zoom calls with the head of the NRL.
Councillor Maxwell, is there a question here?
Question? No, it isn't, but I just wanted to just highlight the fact that it does take a while to get these things if you don't have someone in place.
Thank you. Well, we'll just take questions at this stage before we just move into the discussion and debate.
Aroha mai.
Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have Ben McFarlane's submission here, which is pretty strong. The nuts and bolts of it, he's incredibly frustrated with the sports facilities around the place. There seems to be also some communication issues that he's struggling with. Is it more the facilities that they're concerned with, or the sports fields, or is it, would these positions assist Ben McFarlane?
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Certainly all of the above. I think in regards to communication, in regards to the renovation of sports fields, in regards to us being really clear in our engagement with sports clubs, these positions would support that and will enable us to make sure that we're getting the right information, and it's being two-way communication with our sports clubs, in particular, like so Ben McFarlane, Jeffrey Children's, but also right across our network.
For everybody else's benefit, that's the Lakes Football Club that we're talking about here, which has a gazillion new teams in it that's trying to find a new home in Rotorua. So,
yes, absolutely, and it's great to have so many young people enthused about sport within our town. So we certainly want to deliver for those generations and generations to come.
Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Anaru. I note, just open question here, I note in the report under the consequences of the proposal that there may be if these roles were disestablished, that there may be a need to contract in some expertise at times. And I was just wondering, what would the viability of that be if the roles were disestablished and just on a contract-in basis as needed?
Well, we could certainly do that, Councillor Wang. It would be probably more expensive. And one of the examples I could give there is about turf management. So specific skills relevant to the sports fields that we have right across Rotorua would be one example. But it would certainly be an exorbitant cost rather than being an internal piece. That's only one part of the work that we would require within this space, whether it be the sports facilities person with turf management background and or a planner to help us to coordinate across our sports clubs and tournaments, as per what Councillor Patterson said earlier.
Anna, just a question from me. The current recommendation is to disestablish 2 FTEs. However, given that they're both vacant, if it was to disestablish one until we've also indicated that we did want to do a review of events and that sort of thing. So would that be a suitable compromise whilst we work through another piece of work which is allied to this?
Oh, look, absolutely. We'd be grateful for whatever decision you make here that enables us to provide the best service. I guess also something to consider is we see this decision now as directly relevant to Proposal 36, which comes up in our OPEX discussion very soon as well. But yes, that would make a difference. Sorry, it's a CapEx discussion that will be coming up soon.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In our board papers under number 2, alternative funding structure, Council, it says in the first bullet point, Council must take the fee burden away from clubs and allow clubs to seek alternative funding to look after facilities and support. What is it? Can you expand on that?
I'm going to have to seek some advice on that one, sorry. Is it okay if I bring Rob Pickethley forward? I don't have the detail of that.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. The current fee structure for our clubs for using our fields is that they pay a service level agreement fee for the extra work that is done on the fields to lift it above a normal sort of reserve level. So there is a bit of user pays that goes on with those clubs and codes. It doesn't meet the full level of the expenditure required to lift those fields. So if there was going to be a consideration of changes to fees and charges for clubs and codes to meet a higher level, they would need to get a very early signal on that so that they can then seek external funding to help meet those costs. So I think in terms of, I haven't seen that particular, well, I'm not sure of the context of that relative part there, but it would be, I would imagine in relation to if we are going to reconsider fees and charges, we would need to give clubs and codes plenty of notice for that so they could go and look for those alternative revenue sources.
So supplementary, so would that be appropriate to be part of the review that we're talking about here? Have that?
Yes, I think so, because there are numerous models around the country in relation to how territorial authorities charge their sports users for use of their fields, from zero right through to much higher levels than we currently charge. So that would be a good review if you're considering that fees and charges question.
Well, I'm not sure we are, but it seems like maybe it's a question that needs answering. Thank you.
Councillor Lee, you had a further question?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Anaru, you referred to proposal 36, which is relevant to this one. So, for everybody's benefit, that's pausing improvements to existing sports fields at Westbrook Park, Smallbone Park, Rayboard Park. The submission from Lakes Football Club talks about, that's been McFarlane again. Our teams travel constantly to play in other centres, both larger and smaller than Rotorua. Our facilities here in Rotorua are by far the worst, and we see this as incredibly embarrassing when we have to host teams and they don't even have changing sheds for females. How do these two positions tie into proposal 36?
Thank you, Councillor Lee. So from our perspective, we'd be able to utilise these positions in regards to overseeing the maintenance of those sports fields, as well as the coordination with the sports clubs to ensure that we're meeting their needs, given the feedback that you've just spoken to as well.
And we, yes.
Any further questions, councillors? If not, then we need to get a motion on the table, so using the same system as yesterday. I was actually, given that I had just asked the question around 1FT, just wondering if there would be any support for a motion that we disestablished 1FTE position. If I were to move that, would there be a seconder in that regard? Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Just get that up on the, yeah, in the wrong one. Yep. Sorry, we're just going to get the sheet up there corrected with the. I'm happy to support the motion on the basis of reducing it to 1 by 1. We've still got some other work to do in terms of re-looking at the whole event management space, sports facilities and things like that. So I think this would be a good compromise given where we are in terms of our annual plan discussions. Councillor Wang?
Sorry, Madam Chair, just a question. By reducing it just down to 1 FTE, how what figure would that have an impact on? Should be
75, shouldn't it? Half. Yeah, yeah, it should be half.
Sorry, Madam Chair, that's what I was just going to ask.
We're just
we assume they're both the same pay rate.
We're just going to.
So it's role specific.
What's that?
So is it role specific, or are you just going to do a chop?
We're just double checking that. Maybe if it's approximately 75,000, then it leaves flexibility in terms of that role salary.
Just saying to put back 80.
Oh, 80. So remove 70. 70.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, so any further discussion now? So that's the amended motion. So it's reduce it by 1, remove $70,000 from the budget. Councillor Brown?
Could we further amend it? I agree with where we're going with this. Could we further amend it for staff to come back to us with a report on the review prior to the LTP?
So you're proposing an amendment to that to add on the end that we have a staff report back?
On the review that we've been talking about here. So there's two components. One is the what the fees the clubs are being charged, and then the stuff that Councillor Patterson is raising about the review.
Is there... So I'm just getting clarification here. So all fees and charges will be reviewed as part of the LTP process. So if that's the concern around the sports clubs' fees and charges, in relation to the events, attraction, those roles and how we're going to deliver that, that was all part of a piece of work that we directed staff to do yesterday. So does that cover off what you were proposing so that we don't need to amend that?
I think so, Councillor Patterson, yep.
Okay, so is there any further discussion in relation to the motion as it's currently on the board? Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So since we're in discussion, I just have a very quick comment to make. One of the things I hope that we address in our various reviews moving forward is that there seems to me to be a slight dichotomy between some sports where they pay for turf and pay turf managers themselves, and then other sports that seem to think it's all on council to basically pave the way to Damascus and gold. And I hope that down the track that we, some of those sports perhaps just realise that there are other sports that, you know, move in the directions and certainly have a little bit more of an independent streak. And I would hope that moving forward we perhaps just consider those, and maybe some of those sports that request resourcing from council also bear in mind that there are other sports that tend to be a bit more self-financing. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Brien. Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just signal that I would reluctantly support this one. Personally, I would have liked to see the 2 FTEs kept, and I think that this is one of those cases where it is a much smaller scale cost to council, but clearly we see that these roles contribute, support the wider economic well-being to the district, and bringing in and supporting and enabling those sports events, bringing in tens of thousands of visitors to Rotorua, and then again bringing in a huge millions in economic injection to our city as well. So personally I would have liked to see 2, but I would reluctantly support the 1.
Thank you, Councillor Wayne. Councillor Maxwell. Thank you. Any further comments, councillors? If not, I'll then put the motion as it is now in yellow up there. All those please raise your hands in favour. Against? Carried. Thank you. Moving now to proposal 26, which is the city beautification and the reduction of levels of service for open spaces for bark gardens, amenity mowing, flower beds and hanging baskets. Are there any questions for Anaru and or Thomas? Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't mean to be a broken record, but I was looking at this last night and I got a little bit confused, so hopefully you can clarify this for me. So with regards to proposal 26, the bark gardens in specific, it states reduce the level of service by changing the weeding frequency on bark gardens, reduce hedge trimming and topping up with bark mulch every 3 years instead of annually. So when was the last cycle undertaken?
Thank you, Chair. The proposal is to reduce it from a 5-star level of service, which is annual topping up, and then the weeding is not annual weeding or 3-yearly weeding. The weeding is relative to a weed height sort of level, so you should get in and get them before they get too big. Gardens are on a cycle, I think, which is a 2-monthly weeding cycle. They should be getting through them at the moment to try and meet that a 5-star level of service, although we do have some areas like the lakefront that are higher, a higher frequency than that. The gardening team has been one of the teams affected by staff, and some of the auditing that we did early in the year showed that they weren't getting around at the frequency that we had hoped. I don't know when the actual, the cycle of replacing bark will be a rolling cycle, so I couldn't tell you how, when it was last done, but they should be at the moment be getting done annually if they're a 5-star, or every 3 years if they're a 4-star.
Yeah, because can I ask another few? So I've been noticing that has been done, and it looks really sharp. So the point I was confused about is that every 3 years. So we're only asking for 1 year, not 3 years. So my point is we just rest that particular part for 1 year, and it says saving $600,000 something. So that's a pretty good saving. And if we can get away with you saying the recommendation was we could get away with it without major impact for 3 years, surely we could do it for 1 year and then that'd make hardly any difference.
I think, Councillor, from an aesthetics perspective, I think Rob is right. I think what we have had, though, from Infracore signal that the quantum of the proposed changes in front of them as well, it's a saving on council end. The combination of these do lead to 15 FTEs being at risk, the nursery potentially closing and not being able to be re-established. The hire plants that are used for the event centre are also maintained by the nursery team, so that wouldn't be done. And I think it's very difficult to take each of these in isolation and bank these savings. So there are quite significant ramifications of these flowing through to Infracore, which was, I think, outlined by them when they presented. So while, yes, we could say that there's a $600,000 saving, we would push that back through to Infracore, and there would be significant ramifications as they've outlined. And so it would not actually end up being an overall saving to the group. It would probably push cost back into the wider group due to having to talk to staff about potential disestablishments, and in particular around the nursery. Once that is shut and you lose the capability, it'll be very hard to re-establish that again going forward.
So, sorry, I didn't mean all of that consequence. What I'm talking about is just the bark.
No, so this is one of those consequences.
Yeah. So, but if we did everything else, we did the flowers, we did the trimming of the hedges, we did everything at the weeding, and just didn't do the bark, what would that saving be?
Yeah, so we'd have to go back to Infracore to confirm what that is, but again, they have teams that are allocated work and tasks, and so we'd have to understand how much work per year they do on this, and can they reduce FTEs, and what are the implications? And I'd imagine, having talked to them through some of these implications, that the flow-on costs of having to disestablish teams and those sorts of things, aspects, and costs associated with that will outweigh the savings in 1 year.
Right. Didn't quite answer my question, but thank you.
Councillor Waru, followed by Councillor Kiriopa.
Tēnā koe te tiamana, mōrena koutou te tokotoru tapu. Hey, Rob, probably aimed at you, mate. The spraying frequency, as opposed to just weeding every, I think it was 2 months or something like that, what's the frequency of spraying, or do we actually spray?
There is spraying that occurs on the bark gardens, and I can't remember the product, but it's an organic product, so people will be listening about that. The spraying frequency, again, it is on a level of service. It's sort of an outcome based, i.e. we don't want weeds that have been there long enough to grow over X height, so the frequency will vary around the years. I don't know what it is, I can find out, but it's fairly regularly done, and certainly again in our higher quality areas, it's more frequent.
Would you say that, they do the weeding, if the frequency of the spraying, well, if it worked out more, I suppose, economic to do that, because I find it a bit funny if the spraying is regular, it shouldn't be too much weeding to be done. Is that right?
I think they need to do a combination of both, just because how they can, how to manage the plants. Don't want to overspray and cause issues like that. So I think there is a combination of both.
Okay, and just one last question. Thank you, Rob. Mentioned that this has a direct impact on people's livelihoods. If this was to happen, and I think I heard it from Thomas, but I wasn't quite sure if I picked up on it right, if next year we're having the same corridor again, let's just say, and we want to bring it back up to this level of service again, if we go that way today, how hard would it be to assemble or bring back that kind of capacity? I know it's a bit of a hard one, but
it is a tricky question. But I could probably say that given Infracore did have vacancy issues for a reasonable amount of time through the last sort of financial year, I would expect it isn't easy to necessarily find the right people to refill gaps that may be created.
Thank you, Rob. I'm just trying to highlight the fact that, we make a decision going one particular way. Well, it's not like we can just switch the switch and bingo, we've got a big team ready to go and know what they're doing again. So thank you very much. Kia ora.
Councillor Kiriopa.
Kia ora. Thank you, through the chair. How have national freshwater policy requirements been taken into account in regard to what you're doing with gardens, particularly on roads and that, and moving to green infrastructure? Would that result, in your opinion, in a saving rather than, flowers for beautification purposes? Could that result in saving for council in the long term?
That's a good question, and to be honest, I'd have to go and actually have a bit of a review of that. Certainly, in the long term, yes, there would be savings through changes in amenity levels, if we could call it that. If you're talking about just what we use around the city, a change over time to more natives that require less annual maintenance and things like that, that sort of shift in time could reduce our maintenance burden on the ratepayer. And that's a discussion with the community about the look and the feel of the place.
Councillor Lee.
No questions, but I'll have a comment in due course.
Sorry. Councillor Wing.
Just like to signal that I'd like to move option 2 to maintain the current level.
I just have a question. If we, rather than trying to deal with the individual items, which is where Councillor Patterson was trying to get to, if we just said, like, the current budget in total is 935,000, if we said we reduce it by, say, 200,000 to 735, we could still do bark gardens and amenity mowing, and it just means that we leave it to Infracore or the service, Rob and your team, to decide how that's then spent. Would that be a suitable compromise in terms of still trying to achieve a level of beautification and amenity services, but also allowing some flexibility for us in our final annual plan deliberations?
You could do that. I think the risk with that is, with our previous discussions around Infracore's current financial position and the challenges that it has, that $200,000 saving will probably have to be achieved through disestablishment of roles. Now, whether they have vacant roles that they could disestablish and all the rest, and would likely have some flow-on costs associated to that. So the overall group may not achieve the saving that you've outlined.
I suppose I was just thinking, just in terms of following on from Councillor Kiriopa's comment then, that we just become more efficient or look at doing things differently so we still achieve the level of...
So just remind Council again that at the moment we are working with them on resetting their revised service level agreements. I think there's recognition with regards to where costs have gone, inflation over the last few years, that it is likely that the funding that is currently available to them, we can't acquire all the services that we previously thought we could, and we do need to have a reset, and that those revised service level agreements will identify what those elements are. By reducing their funding further by 200,000, you just put extra pressure onto that with regards to some services that would have to be let go.
Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thomas, when this proposal first came to us several months ago, it was a singular proposal. It hadn't been divided up into the 4 bits. That was actually my suggestion, and it was accepted by the Mayor at the time, and in hindsight that was a bit of an artificial separation of integrated bits, really, isn't it? Is that really what you're saying?
Yes, it's from a simplistic perspective, yes, you could look at these individually, but you need to look at them collectively and deal with them as one, yes.
Any further questions?
Madam Chair, I think as a result of that, would we be able to take some time, and I'm happy to move all 4 proposals as a whole, or would we still be doing them one by one? I would be happy to move all 4 proposals as a whole to maintain the current levels.
I think probably given the discussion today, it probably would be better to move them as a whole rather than us trying to work out which bit. So that was just why my current suggestion was whether we just simply reduce the budget by an amount but not trying to divide it into different areas. But Councillor Wang has signalled that he wishes to move that effectively we maintain of service and adds back in the 90935. So I think just that figure just needs to be amended up there. Is there a seconder for that? So effective, that will be that we maintain everything to and add back 935,000. Councillor Lee, you're seconding that? Should it? Yeah, sorry, we're just getting the wording corrected up here. Okay, so we'll just check that that's correct. The council maintains the current level of service to the, so I think to the, delete the in, to the city beautification, and adds back 935,000 to the 2023-24 budget. Discussion on that, councillors. Councillor Wang is the mover.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this speaks just by the level of support that city beautification received within our submissions that we have received, and also the consistent messages that we heard out in the community that that city beautification is incredibly important, not just to our community members but to our business community as well, as we heard through the chamber and through various other businesses as well. We heard during the hearing that there were many young and old that valued Rotorua, living here in Rotorua because of these gardens and because of the level of maintenance that we have in city beautification, and it contributes to their well-being and their lifestyle here in Rotorua, and I would really hate to see that this taken away and the detrimental impacts it will have to our community well-being, but also at the same time that we have clearly heard the significant impacts that this, if this were removed, the significant impacts it would have on Infracore and their operations. And again, I would say this is but if we were to remove it, it would be a very short-term solution that would have very long-term consequences, and as mentioned before, specifically with the nursery and certain other operations, potentially irreversible consequences. And so I'm in full support of maintaining the current level of service to city beautification.
Thank you, Councillor Wing. Councillor Lee is the seconder.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and well said, Councillor Wing. We have inherited from previous councils a very high standard for our gardens and for the city, the beauty of the city. It's something we've become famous for, and over the years we've previously won the most beautiful city in the country award, and let's do it again. And this is really important, as Councillor Wang rightly said, to the business people of Rotorua, to the people of Rotorua who drive down Fenton Street, who drive down Arawa Street. And we've been told very, very clearly, 82%, we love our tulips, we love our gardens, and that's part of who we are as a city. And so that's why I'm seconding this motion.
Councillor Maxwell, sorry. Were there any other discussion in relation to the motion? Councillor Waru and then Councillor O'Brien.
Kia ora, e te tiamana, usira tātou katoa tēnā koutou, e te tokotoru, e kawe ake ana I ngā mahi. I'm a little bit different on this one. I don't support it in that I think it should be higher, but that's just me. That came through very strong in the feedback, not just in the submissions too, just in walking around talking to people. You know, they take pride in the way our city looks and how they make it, how it makes them feel. But perhaps moving forward, it's just something for thought around somehow, you know, getting some contributions, I suppose, from particular organisations and things like that to help offset some of these costs. Not a lot, but some kind of contribution. I don't know. I want to leave that with the staff to have a think about. But yeah, if it was for me, I'd be looking to go up. But anyway, that's the thing, so I'll support it. So, kia ora tātou.
Thank you, Councillor Waru. Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I personally, I think when this was originally first mooted, I was probably either moved it or second option one. I'm still keen to see option one addressed at some point. However, in fairness, I have to say, and I put my hand up, that we've looked at, we've instructed the Board of Infracore, we've instructed our officers to work with Infracore to look at various reviews. So I'm reluctantly happy to support this, but I will admit that it is very reluctant, but as I say, we have instructed staff in Infracore to do reviews. I won't go into that because some of that's been in confidential, but I think to now go ahead with number one would have undermined all that work that we're trying to do. So I think in the fairness, as I say, I'll support number two as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Brien. Any further discussion? Councillor Brown, followed by Councillor Patterson. Councillor Brown.
I agree with adding it back. The community's clearly given us an instruction that they don't want to see our city deteriorate, and both the mover and seconder are bang on. I do wonder though about whether there's an opportunity to for me, flower beds are very English. I wonder whether there's an opportunity to twist our gardens towards something that is better representative of New Zealand and the native plants that we have, without, destroying the look that we all value. But it would be a step change process, and one that the community needs to come along with. And I'm not a gardener, but I do have an appreciation for New Zealand native plants. So I wonder whether there's an opportunity. And if there was a saving in the space, that it could then be moved not away from infracore, but towards cleaning up some of our reserves, which have invasive species in them. So I think there's an opportunity to have a rebalancing in this space without losing the city that we love and appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, I am a gardener and I love the way our city looks, always have. Been proud of the fact that we've won the most beautiful city awards for many, many years. I was actually disappointed to hear that we didn't actually enter anymore for some reason. Then when I go to see my mother in Murupara, hello, Murupara's got most beautiful town award. And I'm going, really? But anyway, no, not trying to be degenerate. I've put Murupara down, it's a great place. But as far as what I was trying to get across is that we went on a spending spree yesterday, and by my recollection, once this goes through, we'll be at about 8.5%. So this was one opportunity to just make a few tweaks. I mean, I'd be lucky if I do my bark gardens at home once every 3 years, and they're still pretty nice. So I thought that would be a nice little opportunity to just do one bit of saving, save us maybe 100K, and that wouldn't really make a big difference to 900,000. But it might make a big difference to our ratepayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Any further comments? Just for my part, I suppose I was also a foot in each camp, but I agree with what Councillor Patterson was saying and Councillor Brown, whether there are some other efficiencies or savings in the way in which we could do things a little bit differently, but also mindful of the comments that we've been making in relation to Infracore. But we do have a difficult discussion ahead of us, and Councillor Patterson, thank you for raising that, and that we are at much higher rates rise than what had originally been contemplated, because we have added all of the items back in. And so I suppose I was really looking for a compromise, and that's why I was wondering whether there would be an opportunity to maybe make a slight saving there, but it seems that councillors wish to just proceed with things as they are, so I'll reluctantly support it as it is. So if there is no further discussion, no further amendments to the motion, I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Against? Thank you, that is carried. Thank you, councillors. We are moving on now to proposal 27. Sorry, I'll just turn my laptop back on, it keeps going to sleep. Which is the increase in parking fees to increase the fees and charges revenue by $740,000. So questions to Anaru and Thomas in relation to this item? Councillor Wayne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question around whether or not a discussion had been had with the likes of Pukero, Uruawhata, or any of the other operators that do provide free parking, because I could see this as a potential negative impact to their business, and whether or not they would be looking to implement anything the likes of this.
No discussions have been had. I think in the case of Central Mall, I think it's not free parking for the CBD anyway. You have to be a customer. Just remind councillors as well is that the the overall strategy with regards to the Tutankhamun spine still stays free with regards to the time limit. It's just that those spaces that are currently metered would have the fee increase.
Councillor Waru.
Tēnā koe te tiamana, tēnā anō kōrua. No, just echoing Councillor Wang's kōrero around the impacts these kind of things have on places like the Central Mall and all that. It's already a problem now. However, I think moving forward, working with Pukeroa Ruawhata and others in town, maybe come up with a good way to discourage people coming into work. Maybe it's a public transport push. Maybe it's something to encourage biking or all that, because they do a lot, people, and I know I see it every day. They park up at the mall and they come back about 3 hours, must be on their break or something, to move the car to another little place. So then it's like that all the time. Those are for customers, really, and you're right in saying that, Thomas. But just wanted to ask around I've asked this before in other hui. Have we done a bit of an analysis in terms of what other similar sized cities rohe are charging in terms of their inner city parking?
Not recently. I think at the time when we implemented the new service, we were probably well behind in fee levels compared to, I think if you just go across to Tauranga when they were having paid parking, or in Hamilton, you'd notice that there's quite a big difference between what they pay there and what we charge here.
Is there any thought to do that? Or because I think we just picked or we go from $1 to $2, and that's and it's a great way to get a bit more put there in the bank to help us do these other things we wanted to do. But I was just wondering, is there in another hui, perhaps not today, but do a bit of an analysis. It shouldn't be too much to go around and just check out what the sort of average is for a similar city, because I bet you we're well down. And that might give us a bit more kaha to actually start doing some proper pricing and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think going into the long-term plan, which, as soon as we adopt this annual plan, we'll start going into that process of preparing your first long-term plan. That's a discussion and research that we need to do and take into account. Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Brown.
As somebody who spent a lot of my life reviewing parking many years ago with Ron Finn, my mate Ron Finn, I have a reasonable understanding of it. I think there's a balance. I think we've got a good balance with the number of free parks that are available through the spine. People tend to forget those. There are lots of parks that are free. But the balance is getting turnover of vehicles. I think there's a whole piece of work to do around parking and really understanding the drivers and getting some foot traffic ultimately onto the footpaths. Because you look around, and I'm sure many councillors have experienced this, can't find a car park, but there doesn't seem to be many people on the footpath. So I think there's a whole lot of work to drive foot traffic, and this is a component of that. I'm not opposed to putting up the fees. I think that will help turnover of vehicles. Remember, there's still lots of free parks. But if somebody wants to stay for 3 hours, then they are happy to pay. But I think, and I'm not sure about the piece where we're saying expand the paid parking into other areas of town. We need to think about that carefully, because who that affects is the people who work in town. People who aren't getting paid a lot in retail, who have to then walk further into town if they want to take advantage of free parking. But I think let's go with the price increase for now, but tack on the need for a full review.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Any further questions? We're still on questions at this stage. No questions? Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's a bit of feedback about whether the parking machines, where you pay the money, whether they're actually working properly. How do we keep track of whether or not these machines that people try and pay their parking and then can't because the machines are not working? Are we on top of that, or do we?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Councillor Lee. And answer your question, we're seeing 60% usage of the app at the moment.
Wow.
So that's what's come back from our team, is most people are using the application. If I take the opportunity to answer or to provide some commentary to Councillor Brown's question, in COVID we had less than 1,000 cars per day. As at February 2023, we're now down to 300 less vehicles per day in the CBD. So through our contract with iPark and then through our reviews with iPark, any of those issues that present around machines are brought to our attention. We work through that with iPark. And I am aware of recent complaints from people in regards to that service. And so part of our response to that was to review our iPark position and to understand, to make sure that we deal with those issues timely.
Thank you.
You have a question?
Oh, no, just to follow on from that. I think there's 3 years left on the contract, and so going forward, council will need to make a decision on how to procure those services going forward, and that'll likely take place in the next 18 months to 2 years, because if there is a change of provider, then obviously there's a period of time that will come about. So I'd imagine as part of the review that Councillor Brown suggested, we have to think about the procurement of those sort of services and how they all bind together, and that'll be something in the next 18 months to 2 years.
Just to add that Thomas is right, June 2026 we have this contract until, and we've got 12 months out. We need to signal whether we're going to continue or not.
Thank you. So just confirming then, the increase in the parking fees, if we do increase them, we'll get additional revenue of 740,000, which will mean that we can reduce the rates that will currently be struck by 0.7%. No? Yes.
That is the goal, yes.
So I have Councillor Wang signalling that you're happy to move option 1, which is the increase from $1 to $2.
Second.
That's been seconded by Councillor Waru. Discussion, Councillor Wang?
Thank you. I'll keep it short. I think it's clearly by Councillor Patterson's comments from the previous motion that there are areas that we will have to look at. Sorry, not just Councillor Patterson's comments, comments from around the table, that there are clearly some areas where we will need to look at increasing revenue, and I think this is clearly one of them. And even with the increase, Rotorua, compared to many other districts, it's still comparatively much more affordable compared to other districts. So I'm happy to support this.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. Councillor Waru.
No, nothing to add, just tautoko. Kia ora.
Any further comments, councillors, in relation to Councillor O'Brien?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I will be supporting the motion, and I'll be straight up about this because of the amount of money involved. We need the cash, especially after the yesterday. And I say that my reluctance is because we have 2 major shopping precincts in the general CBD area, in this general city area, which have free parking. And I look at the CBD and I look out, and many times over a lunch break, our streets are deserted. And so I'll be voting for it just on the basis of money, but I'm very concerned that the detrimental effects that this will have on the CB and just encourage people to go to either Trade Central or the mall. And I find it very hard that, you know, councillors that have looked at empty buildings and complained previously, we seem to be contributing to it, in my opinion. But as I say, I'll be reluctantly supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Brien.
Okay, Conan, we'll start charging, mate. Okay, bye.
Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be supporting the motion, but I was really pleased with all the comments that Councillor Brown had said, that many studies have been done on this. We still are providing some free parking on the rim and the areas. But I can recall some years back when COVID wasn't even thought of, and we celebrated providing free parking in our city. But we can't do that in this day and age now. We've got to bring back, as Councillor Brown said, a balance. And I think this is a good balance.
Thank you.
I'll be supporting.
Thank you, Councillor Maxwell. Are there any further comments? No, there don't appear to be any. I'm now going to put the motion that we do increase the hourly parking rate. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. The second part of the parking proposal is to increase the paid parking area, which will drive additional revenue of $190,000. Are there questions to Thomas and Anaru on this part? So if we just confirm that additional areas were Kurea Park, Energy Event Centre and Lakefront, is that the 3 areas that were proposed?
That is what I understand.
Councillor Waru.
Kia ora anō e te chairman. Thomas or Anaru, what would be the cost to implement this kaupapa?
I think from a simplistic perspective, we'd have to engage with IPARC around the installation of 3 new metered machines in each of those locations. I'm not too sure on the capital cost of that, but the cost of those is generally included into the contract, so it might have to be an extension of the contract, and then IPARC would just extend their wardens into those spaces. So subject to them picking up the cost of those machines into the contract, that may not have a capital cost back to us.
Thank you.
Other questions, councillors? Councillor Wang, did you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councillor Waru actually asked my first question there, but I guess I do have a second question. Was there are some pockets around the CBD that do have free 3-hour parking, and I wonder if that would be reviewed, because I have heard from certain businesses that that's actually impacting, as we heard before, the footprint or the foot traffic, sorry, and the turnover in vehicles, as you do end up having people, staff, whether that be staff or visitors, that just move around those free parks every hour or every 3 hours.
Look, thank you for your question, Councillor Wang. We can certainly take that into consideration. Thomas and I just had a quick conversation, and JP can also consider that as part of his inner city strategy.
Councillor Maxwell.
Question time still?
Yes.
Thank you. The question I have might even include Councillor Waru, but now with the beautiful parking that we've got down there for Waiariki Spa and Queen Elizabeth, have they got some methods in place to try and ensure we don't have the same problem that might be at Central Mall?
We have been in discussions with Pukeroa Whawha around the creation of a new car park on what was called the old gravel pit, which currently has quite a bit of dirt stored on it. And I think we're re-engaging on that topic now that they've been focused on obviously getting the building operative, with a view of turning that old area into a paid car park area as well, and as to whether what the arrangements would be around who would manage and control that, with the view of that being available to places such as Pullman for visitor parking, but also for staff parking, and it would be probably into a paid arrangement, because it would likely need probably $1 million investment into infrastructure to get that going on. So that's a discussion that's been going on for a little bit, and I think as that gets closer, we can have that discussion with you. I think, as Councillor Waru pointed out, I'm pretty sure the team on those sites will be actively managing that beautiful car park that they have to ensure only guests are using them. Yeah.
Thomas, I just have a question just around the lakefront parking. Given that we've now got lots of additional parking down there, is there sufficient turnover for visitors that are just going there to use the lakefront and, you know, play at the playground, as opposed to workers that might be parking down there all day?
We'd have to collect data in regards to that, Madam Chair. Don't have that data at the moment.
I suppose my second question was just around the Energy Event Centre. Would there be some other different kind of pricing if people were coming here to park all day for a conference as opposed to paying a hourly rate, or would there be some reduced rate if they were there all day, like a worker would pay a reduced rate?
According to our team, because of the flexibility we have around the system, we can adapt zone payment rates to suit the parking policy. That's part and parcel of the iPark way forward, that we can do that.
Thank you. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, I missed the brief at the beginning, and I don't seem to have the relevant briefing paper here. What were the areas again?
Rotorua Park, Energy Event Centre and Lakefront. Was that the ones that were in the paper?
Would these zones apply in the weekend for like the Saturday morning market?
Possibly. So I think, councillors, if there's a reluctance or a concern around Rotorua Park and the lakefront in particular, around locals and visitors and turnover versus the EEC, I think the EECs probably are quite different. I think if you go to like Claudelands or so forth in Hamilton, you do need to pay for parking. So if you did, you could break this up as well, and maybe just target one area versus all three together in your resolution. Just bearing in mind that with the EEC as well, we'd have to consider the hours, because one of our biggest codes would probably be impacted, which is basketball, which operates out of the sports drone. That is probably one of the highest use, and so the hours would need to capture the event users versus maybe the impact on our sporting community.
Any further questions, councillors? Doesn't appear to be any further questions, so we've got two options up there, which is to extend the paid parking areas or not. Number one, seconded by Councillor Wang, so we are going to extend the paid parking areas, rolling out by 1 September, increasing the parking revenue by $190,000. Is there any discussion on that, Councillor Waru or Councillor Wang?
I think just following my previous comments on the increase in the charges, but also look forward to the work going into much of it operational, into looking at the different zones and hours and fees associated with that.
Thank you. If there are no further, Councillor Brown, followed by Councillor Lee.
Sorry, I'm against this. I don't think we've done nearly enough work to understand the implications of what we're proposing here. I think this needs to be brought back. And if this is lost, I'll move number 2. But we do, I do think we want to go there, but I think we fully need to understand what we're proposing here, and I don't think we do. And there's unanswered questions.
Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd be supporting Councillor Brown in this respect. I think more work needs to be done.
Any further comments? Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment that Novotel has now put in charges in their car park after having that free to the community, supposedly their guests, for the last 20 or so years. Now, if they're doing it and quite happy about doing it, we should be doing it too. You know, we had too many people taking a free ride in Rotorua, and it's about time that they started contributing to our facilities.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Any further comments? Councillor Waru is the...
Kia ora, thank you. No, I hear the concerns, and I hear I moved it because I believe it's time, but I think it's more about being strategic on how we roll it out. So I do want to sort of tautoko Councillor Brown's concerns around, let's make sure we do it, not just the tomorrow it's boom, but, be strategic, the locations and how we're going to start it, or time limits, all this kind of stuff. I would hope, and I trust our staff will make sure that all those things are going to be all in place and well researched so we can move forward on it. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Warren. Remember, we also have the opportunity for reports back through the Community and District Development Committee in relation to how this might be implemented as well. So if there are no further comments, I'm now going to put the motion that we extend the paid parking areas. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? Thank you, that is carried. Moving on now to the Te Akamori, reducing the library hours, closing the library on Sundays to remove $104,000 from the budget. Are there any questions for Anaru and Thomas on this item? Councillor Wing.
This was a question, thank you, Madam Chair. This was a question I did put forward, but didn't receive a response in time from Te Akamori, and it was around how many community groups utilise the library on a Sunday, if you would have that data on hand.
Look, thank you, Councillor Wing. I don't have that data on hand. However, staff have engaged with all of those users for Sundays that this is a proposed change. But sorry, I'll have to go away and find that out.
Any further questions? Councillor Waru.
Kia ora te Chairmana. In the kōrero, it mentions the possibilities, well, one of the consequences, or could be a consequence, is there'll be more people coming in, or it'll increase on Mondays and Saturdays, I think it said. That's what's been put into the report. If so, would that mean we'd just be having to put extra hours in, or extra staff hours on those days? Or can we manage it, the current?
Certainly, we would respond to the demand. So that's part of the roster change that we would undertake, should that be required, depending on the services we're delivering on both that Monday and Saturday. But that's for our team to work out operationally as well.
Councillor Lee.
Oh, hang on, I still had
Councillor
one more question. Has the idea of doing opening till 12 on Sunday or something like that been explored?
No, we haven't explored that. However, if that was something to be considered, we'd certainly consider that.
Kia ora.
Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you refresh my memory? When did the new library, when was that opened, and how much did that cost council?
So first of all, just on the other question, the library only opens on Sunday at 10 a.m. So if it was to close at 12, it would only be open for 2 hours, which probably would.
I'm usually at church, so sorry.
With regards to the redevelopment of the library project, that I think was completed in 2015, 2016, and has been operating as that combined library and health hub since then. The cost, from memory, $10 million. From memory.
Councillor Warrior, if you have another question.
Yes, I do. Sorry. Thank you for your indulgence. Just in terms of our lease with the health department, hospital, is there any possibility of negotiating any increase to sort of offset some of these costs?
I'm not sure at this stage, but that is probably a topic at due course when there's time for renewal, to have a discussion around where that lease and occupation costs may go. But at this stage, I don't believe there is an opportunity to do that.
And sorry, just another one. When is the renewal?
I don't have that available on,
okay.
But happy
sorry,
to
Thomas, put you on the spot.
Have a talk to the team and get that information to you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, I'd just like to signal that I'd like to move recommendation 2 to maintain the library being open 7 days a week, and I have comments later.
Are there any further questions? Don't appear to be any, so Councillor Wang has signalled option 2, which is to maintain the library being open, which will add back in $104,000 to the budget. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Lee. Any discussion on that item, councillors?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to say that the library is a safe space for our community, and often on the weekend, you're exactly right, Councillor Waru, for many of our rangatahi in Tamariki, not just them, but I'm specifically focused on our rangatahi, it is a safe space for them, and a place where they can go to on the weekend, where many other places are not open. It is a space where people, both young and old again, and our community groups can socialise, they can study, and they can learn. And I know, and I've spoken to many of the some of the community groups that do operate out of the library on a Sunday, and it's their one chance to get together, and whether that be chess groups or something else. Some of our elderly groups meet there as well, youth, it all comes under that. But it's a space that, like I said, I personally have been there when just a few years ago, where we would meet with other students and study and socialise there, and I would reiterate again that it is a safe space for our community, and I would say is a vital service to our community, and I would say bare minimum as well, that they would expect that Rotorua would have a library that is open 7 days of the week. Thank you.
Councillor Wang, Councillor Lee, followed by Councillor Kiriopa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I took the opportunity to go visit the library on a Sunday, something I hadn't previously done. It's alive, it's got a vibe, it's a lot happening. There's 101 reasons to keep the library open on a Sunday. Obviously the chess club is pretty popular, but you've got parents who are taking their kids there, and in some cases you have broken families perhaps, just having a guess that there's somewhere we can take the kids and meet somewhere. And obviously we've inherited this wonderful facility from previous council and spent a lot of money on it, and it's well used. It's also used by tourists who are waiting for a bus just next door, and so they might have to kill some time for 2 or 3 hours on a Sunday waiting for that bus to arrive. It's just too good to just let slip. It's a great facility. It needs to be open.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Kiriopa.
Thanks. Just adding to what the two councillors have said, it's also a space where our homeless can go, where it's warm out of the cold. They can use a bathroom. It's also where people who are lonely can go just to be around other people. So I support the motion.
Thank you. Any further comments? Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you.
So this will be the final one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a different view. I believe that if we ask the people, the parents who are bringing in their kids on a Sunday, if you ask the elderly lady who's come in from home because that's the only chance she gets to get into town, if we said to her, would you rather stay at home today and come in tomorrow, or pay 10.8% rates? Because that's what it's going to be if we put this in. Thank you.
Thank you. So we've heard 3 councillors speak in favour and 1 against. I'm now going to put that motion. All those in favour of agreeing to maintain the library being open for 7 days, please raise your hand. All those against? That's a split. I'll cast my vote, which will be that we reduce the library hours. So that item is lost. So we now need to move to the other recommendation, which is that option 1. So I will now move that. Do I have a seconder that we reduce the library opening hours? Thank you, Councillor Patterson. We've had discussion on that. I'm just going to simply put this item to the vote now.
Can I make an amendment to that?
What's the amendment that you wish to?
Half.
Half? So are you saying 2 hours?
So I'm saying, no, well, it's 104 at the moment. I'm saying, pardon? Yeah.
I think we've just, I think you had asked a question if it was half, that would be open only.
Well, that's for the
2
whole day,
hours.
so I'm just saying half day, whatever, then whenever that day starts, doesn't matter to me.
No. So are you proposing a half if was there a seconder for half? Otherwise the motion would stand.
I'm just trying to get something there, yeah.
No. So now we've got a half. So now reducing the library to close Sunday for 2 hours. Just get this amended motion up. So sorry, we'll just get this wording right. So we're going to maintain the library being open 7 days a week, closing on Sunday at 1 p.m. instead of 4 p.m. and adds back approximately 50,000 odd. 53,000? 60,000? Okay, so approximately 60,000 if we're saying we're adding back approximately half. So let's just read that back. The council agrees to maintain the library being open 7 days a week, closing on Sunday at 1 p.m. instead of 4 p.m. and adds back, I think it should be approximately $60,000 expenditure to operate, and we don't know what the revenue figure would be, so we'll just delete that. So if we just delete from there, if you could delete the and 2,700. Right, so that is now an amended motion from Councillor Waru, seconded by Councillor Wang.
Madam Chair, would I be able to suggest an amendment of the wording? Rather than be specific about the time, we could perhaps leave that to the staff to decide which is the best use of the day. It could be the second half of the day, or it could be the first half of the day.
So Councillor Waru, that would then be the council maintains to the library being open 6.5 days a week. So the half would have to still be, because it's not a
I'm just trying to get some flexibility for
them
them
Sunday, so
to work
it's not technically 6.5 either. So
if I can speak to it to explain my thinking around it, that'd be good with your indulgence, Madam Chair.
Sorry, we'll just get the motion up there first. So we've currently got that as the motion on the table. Councillor Lee was proposing to amend that again. Is there a seconder to amend that to something like 6.6 days and 3 hours? Well, it's not even that, because it's
6.5
is there a seconder to amend it to that? Otherwise, I'll just take that motion as it is. Are you seconding? So what is the amended motion that we're proposing to put on the table? You just tell Gamati to. And then it should be opening on Sunday for 3 hours only.
We'll leave that to the kaimahi to figure out what those hours would look like. Does that make sense?
The council agrees to open the library 6.n. We'll just get this extra wording inserted in there.
Approximately in front of it.
Just trying to get some clarity around this, because the library is not actually open a full day on a Sunday or a Saturday, so it's not actually 6.5 days. So we're effectively just reducing, if we left the resolution as it was, which was just to reduce the Sunday to 3 hours and to leave the staff to determine, is that what councils were trying to achieve? Because otherwise that is actually opening the library for more hours than what was there originally.
Well, that's what's not clear.
That's why I'm saying that, Councillor Lee, your motion is not actually clear in terms of what you're trying to. So
well, if we know what the opening hours are for Sunday, that would be helpful.
It was
So Saturday and Sunday are 10 to 4.
So we're
Well,
saying
there you go.
if we're reducing it by half, it would be 3 hours, and that's why I was suggesting that it just be open on Sunday for 3 hours. That would then leave it open for the staff to determine which 3 hours it was.
Yeah, could be 11 to 2, you know, they can work it out.
Okay, so let's just reread that. No, 4-3, no. No, it doesn't need the approximately, just 3 hours. So that was now, Council agrees to maintain the library being open 7 days a week with opening on Sunday for 3 hours and adds back approximately $60,000. Does it need opening on Sunday? Just take a minute just to get this correct in terms of what the wording needs to be to.
I'd be happy to withdraw my amendment. I'd be happy to withdraw my amendment in light of that wording.
We're just trying to work out if it's a negative to a, so are you withdrawing? So what are we now proposing, councillors, that we're going back to, we're just simply reducing?
That which is in yellow looks good, and so my...
The council agrees to maintain the library being open 7 days a week, opening on Sunday for 3 hours, and adds back approximately $60,000 expenditure to operate. Okay, so that is now moved by Councillor Waru, seconded by Councillor Wang.
My amendment there could be withdrawn because it's now redundant.
Okay, we'll delete that. Oh. Yes. Sorry, I'm just, so can we just delete the Councillor Lee Wang bit on the bottom there? Okay, now I'll open that for discussion. So first off, Councillor Waru as the mover. Are you happy?
Yes, thank you, and thank you for getting our wording right there. It's really important, get the words right. No, I just thought, given what we just said about the library and all that, it'd just be a shame just to shut it down. But I try to come up with a balanced way of keeping it open, at least for that part of the day anyway. My thinking behind it too is that most likely it will be busier on Mondays and Saturdays, so it's still going to require a bit more, few more staff, I reckon, to man that. I've seen how busy it gets, and so I was just trying to spread it out and within reason. So I hope that it will be supported in that way. Kia ora.
Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'll just refer back to my previous comments on my original motion.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments on this amended motion? Now, Councillor Maxwell, followed by Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I think this is a very good compromise. I mean, I was tossing up for a while, but I read the survey format where 58% didn't support the closing proposal at first, but then the written submissions was twisted the other way. But I think this is coming up with a very good compromise, and so I'll be supporting the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Maxwell. Councillor Barker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I still hold the same reservations that Councillor Patterson talked about earlier, and I think that by opening for this amount of time on a Sunday actually is going to complicate matters and maybe not decrease costs as much as we might think. There are many towns that don't have their libraries open on a Sunday, and I understand and actually thank the councillors for their comments about it being a safe space. But I do notice that in the survey, 57% actually did support closing their library on a Sunday. And we do need to save some money, so that's why I'm taking this position on and not supporting this motion. Thank you.
Okay, are there any further comments? Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'd also like to echo Councillor Barker's comments. Just doing this would put us over to 10.25%, which sadly, if our initial draft annual plan that we started all out back in the day, almost 6 months ago, was 11.95%. We all went, oh, that's horrible, we can't do that. That's only 1.7% away. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Okay, so are there any further comments before I put this motion? Councillor Warru, did you want to come back to the table so I can put the motion? I'm going to take a break after this and I will update you as to where we're at when we take the break. So I'm going to put this motion now that the Council agrees to maintain the library being open 7 days a week, opening on Sunday for 3 hours, and adds back approximately $60,000 of expenditure to operate, moved by Councillor Warru, seconded by Councillor Wang. All those in favour raise their hands. All those against? That is carried. Thank you, councillors. We will now take I think we'll break till 11:30. We've had some good discussion this morning. I'll get the rates figure updated as to where we're at, and then after the morning adjournment we'll move into the capital expenditure discussion. So we'll break now till 11:30. Thank you. discussion around the capital expenditure items. So this is now proposal 30. Before I get to that, I just wanted to update where we're at with the rates potential increase number, because I think the number that was mentioned before the break was actually not correct. So the figure I've been given is, at the moment, it's sitting at around 9.13%, which is a bit less than I think the double-digit one that was mentioned before the break. So we'll now move to the first of the capital expenditure items, which is to defer the Kura Park Skate Park capital project, which will remove $1.02 million from the CapEx budget. Are there any questions for Thomas in relation to this item? Or Anaru? Councillor Lee?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thomas, some of the submissions have suggested that there are some health and safety issues with the old skate park. I took a look down there, and there was some twigs and so forth that had fallen onto the concrete from a nearby tree. That probably wouldn't go too well for skating. But other than that, I thought the concrete was in reasonable shape. Do you have any information to the contrary?
Kia ora. Thank you, Madam Chair and Councillor Lee, for your question. I suppose the concrete itself, where the old skate park is reasonably sound, but the structures that the skate park's comprised of, the ramps and things like that, are well past their renewal date. You know, we have had a high maintenance cost in keeping them going. And so, you know, there are some structures that technically might have to be removed just because they're, you know, a lot of them are wooden. There's wooden bits and pieces there with plywood and things like that. And so we have successfully removed some. We might have to carry on doing some of that.
Thank you.
Councillor Barker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's mention in the notes that the skating community have formed a trust to secure some funding. Can you tell us any progress and what's happening with that, please, in relation to this item?
Yes, our engagement team has been working with the skating community, and they're just going through the process of actually, from what I understand, finalising their trust deed and then getting it properly settled in, incorporated, and then that will allow them to then start digging into the external funding component. And sort of the Gisborne skate park model is a very successful model that's being looked at, how we could grow the investment for Rotorua.
Another supplementary. So they've just got their trustee settled, and so it'll be a process for them to gather the funds towards this project anyway, will it not?
Yes, I'm not totally sure of where they are in the trustee process, but I know that they've engaged legal help to put that together. And yeah, that would then be the key driver for looking at the higher level and, you know, the majority investment for the skate park. The council wasn't, the initial intention was not to be the majority investor, so they need to find the investment from other sources.
Thank you.
Any further questions, councillors? Councillor Warren, you had a question?
Kia ora, e te tiamana. Yes, we're talking about the Cuero Park, skate park, and I know that quite a number of cities, much like our own, the skate parks are spoken about very positively, to the point where that's the main sort of conversation. When we defer from this year, if that's what goes through, and I like the word defer, when could we expect to get that along the way, moving?
So the deferment as well allows, as Rob said, the completion of the trust, and with regards to the fundraising initiatives. You'll also recall, or may recall recently, that Tauranga City did something very similar, whereby the community fundraised $2 million and Tauranga Council put in $1 million. And so there's still also funding available to complete the the final design, so that allows then that community group and trust to fundraise. And at that certain point, we would look to, subject to that funding being successful, would look to put it into the LTP in year 1, which is only now 12 months away. Yep.
Any further questions, councillors? No. Councillor O'Brien, did you signal? So Councillor O'Brien is... Sorry. Councillor O'Brien has indicated that he wishes to move option 1, that we defer the Kurea Park skate park. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded Councillor Patterson. Any discussion on that item, Councillor O'Brien? Councillor Patterson? Councillor Brown?
I think it makes sense to defer it and give the trust the opportunity to raise their own funds, and I think the model that we should be most familiar with is the BMX track that was developed by the BMX community, and they had what a success story that is. I think there's that's the model, and let's let the trust and the people behind it raise their funds.
Okay. If there are no further comments, I'm now going to Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move an amendment that defers the Kurea Park skate park project for consideration in the long-term plan, so that the skateboard community can feel assured that it's not going to be deferred indefinitely, and this will be reconsidered by this council next year.
Which is, I think, Thomas, is what you've indicated would happen anyway if it was deferred from the annual plan. It would drop into the LTP.
Yes, so this is obviously an active project that the team are working on. So naturally, as part of the LTP, the team would come back in and automatically sort of build it in for your considerations.
So, Councillor, are you happy on that basis to withdraw that amendment?
No, I think it would still signal the right message to the community with that amendment, and give them a little bit more surety.
Okay, so can we just get that up on the board then? Is there a seconder first though? So effectively we're still deferring it. It's going to be removed from the CapEx budget from the annual plan, but it will be deferred until the LTP for discussion, which is effectively what's happening anyway, but for further clarification. Is there a seconder that we need to amend that? Thank you, Councillor Waru. So it's now the council defer the Kurea Park skate park project and remove 1.02 million from the CapEx budget, and consider this.
And consider this as part of the 2024-25 long-term plan.
So that has been moved by Councillor Lee, seconded by Councillor Waru.
For the record, Madam Chair, sorry, just to advise, I do not support the amendment as the mover of the original. Thank you.
So now we're now taking the motion which has the addition of the long-term plan in it. Councillor O'Brien has signalled he is against the motion. Does anyone wish to speak to this? Councillor Lee or Councillor Waru?
I think it's pretty self-explanatory now.
Thank you. Any further comments?
Me too, thank you.
Councillors? No. Okay, I'm now going to put the new amended motion to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? That's carried. Thank you. Proposal 32, which is to pause neighbourhood playground enhancements, which would remove $200,000 from the CapEx budget. Any questions on this item? Councillor Waru?
No, I'm just no questions. I'm just signalling I wish to move number 2.
I'm just taking questions at this stage first. Are there any other questions?
Signalling.
No questions, so Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Some in the community have questioned this proposal from the perspective of it being a health and safety issue. Could you please clarify that aspect for us?
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Certainly, if I look at the submissions from Ana Morrison and Ngāti Whakauē, they certainly saw that risk to our young Māori children, but also if I think about Phil Thomas and the rural community, all the risk is around the risks to fall of young people in regards to that. And certainly, I think when we were talking to these proposals, it was something that the CE could take on board if there was a health and safety risk to young people from fall.
So you're saying that if we pause the playground enhancements, then it wouldn't be posing a health and safety-ish risk?
No, sorry. I'm saying that there would need to be, I think it's discretion of the CE, right, to be able to for us to be able to ensure that we are meeting the standards required of each of these playgrounds enhancements, to make sure that we were meeting our health and safety requirements.
So that would be on an ad hoc basis at the discretion of the CE?
Well, from a staffing perspective, we would raise the risk in regards to each of these playgrounds for consideration.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Warren, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you, John. Thank you for your indulgence there, Te Amana. Just talking around the basis of why I signalled I'm very keen for this to happen, because to me it is a health and safety issue. But I just wanted to to ask that the enhancements that are going to be done, how are those playgrounds selected? Or is it a go across all, so each playground gets an equal shot at everything?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. All our playgrounds are condition assessed and they're inspected frequently on safety, and when we recognise soft fall surface needs, basically there's a point in time where the standard is obviously not going to be met, so then that triggers a soft fall replacement, which has historically been bark or sand, and that's quite a job to do in one hit, and they get done, and basically we rotate through as required, really.
Thank you. Given that, sorry, I had another question to add. This is very specific. It's around the bark, around the soft fall surfaces. Is this budget not inclusive of the actual swing set, or something is needing to be upgraded, or or something's looking a bit rusty and not looking very safe, or was it only to do with soft surfaces?
It's really only to do with soft surfaces, because it is quite a big job, and it's a capital job, not a maintenance job. But it doesn't necessarily mean that you need a whole playground renewal. So they were split out about 3 years ago, and we started rotating through these soft fall jobs to get them done and lift the overall standard across the network.
And just one last quick question. So this budget, obviously it was in the last budget as well. Was it used?
The year before,
all used up?
It wasn't all used up, and this may related to one of our earlier conversations about capital programs and Infracore delivery. This was a section of that, so we weren't able to use all of it. We did get some external contracting done, but in previous years we have used it all up.
Thank you. So it's required. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
That probably answered my question. Actually, I just wanted to know whether it was the whole budget. It sounds like it is. Thank you.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just curious, this looks like this is just regular maintenance to make sure that we're keeping our playgrounds at a safe standard. Why is this even here? We shouldn't be considering it. If it's just doing the job to keep our kids safe, why bother putting it in?
It's here, Councillor, because as you recall, when we went through the earlier processes, all capital projects that were labelled level of service improvements, which this is considered, and are debt funded, were open for consideration, and this was one of the ones that, as a result of that, you considered to take out.
Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Following on from Councillor Patterson's question, it does say here in the proposal that this funding aims to improve safety and lift the quality of playground network across the district. So, for example, I think the Ohanimutu playground is pretty modest from what I saw. Would this funding be used for improving that? Or is what kind of improvement is targeted? Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, there is, we've got 70 odd playgrounds around the district, and as we go through identifying where the need is the greatest, the job gets done. Sometimes it involves, boundaries as well. So sometimes it involves some physical timber work, but basically, yeah, that's how they happen. They get done as required.
Okay. If there are no further questions, I think I have Councillor Waru indicating that he was that correct, Councillor Waru? Proposing that you move option 2? Was seconded by Councillor Wang. Any discussion on this now, councillors? If not, I'll put that motion. All those in favour that we agree to include the 200,000 back in the CapEx budget for neighbourhood playground enhancements. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Not sure, Rob, if you might need to stay there. Is the chapel your item as well? We're moving on to proposal 33, which is the deferring these.
I'm happy to give an overview of this if you like.
Sala Street Chapel. We'll do questions first. So are there any questions? No, Councillor Brown, followed by Councillor Waru.
I assume this would have been in your your speech, but as there is commercial partnership opportunities with this, is there not?
Yep. So the reason for the deferment is we've left a portion of funding still in the plan to finalise the design, and part of that as well as discussion with commercial operators to make sure that what are the opportunities with regards to running that facility and a whole range of things. And so as those are formalised during this year, we will be in a position to put into the LTP what the agreement and final solution would be.
Councillor Maxwell.
Yeah, Thomas, can I ask you on a similar thing to Councillor Brown's one? Over the years, we've had people really wanting, especially the funeral directors, wanting things done there. How have we got strong interest of partners becoming involved in working alongside us in a partnership? Is that a real possibility?
Yes, we have had fairly strong signals about that, and working with Ngāti Whakāui Gifted Reserves, we would go through an EOI process to actually further tighten those sorts of relationships down.
Any further questions? Councillor Waru.
Tēnā koe te tiamana. Does the deferment of this project have any negative impacts in terms of relationships and other things that have been brokered, I suppose?
Not that I'm aware of. Nothing's really been brokered as such, apart from working through Ngāti Whakaue Gifted Reserves and understanding that there is opportunities at this site for partnerships, you know, rather than just a council-led approach. So that's still in play, and as this program develops, while this is held, we should be able to then actually come through with a good, transparent process for how we move forward.
Councillor Warry, if you've got a further question.
No, that's right. Answered my question. Thank you.
Any further questions? So there are two options up there. One is that we defer the project, removing the 1 million from the CapEx budget, but setting aside 250 for the design, or that we add the whole lot back in. Do I have a mover for option 1? Thank you, Councillor Brown. Seconded by Councillor Kiriopa. Open that for discussion, Councillor Brown.
I think at this time.
Councillor Kiriopa. So we're deferring the construction, removing the 1 million, setting aside 250 for the design costs. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, thank you, that's carried unanimously. Proposal 35, which is the lakes enhancements, pausing the lakes infrastructure enhancements, which removes 400,000 from the CapEx budget. Any questions in relation to this? And I see Stavros has come back as well, so no questions. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There has been some discussion as to whether or not it might be viable to have boat ramp fees over at Rotoiti at Otaramarae. That most of those boats that are launched there come from out of town, being the nearest spot to Tauranga. Would that be a viable source of income?
It's a very good question. It would potentially be a viable source of income. I mean, I know from my experience with lakes that, you know, Taupo has launching fees which are used for dual purposes, not only maintenance but also other reflections to the landowners. There is, you know, many boat ramps on the Coromandel that are charged. So I suppose that would need to be a reasonably good planned piece of work to understand what is the total position across potentially all the lakes, you know, rather than just probably picking one site, because if you did pick one site, you've got the problem of potentially getting transference to the next closest boat ramp, and you just shift the problem around, you know, the lake. So that would be a program to investigate across the whole network.
Thank you.
Just have a question, given the current lake levels and where they are so high, and some of our jetties and that are currently underwater as well as other lake infrastructure, is it appropriate that we pause this pending a plug being pulled somewhere in the lake, particularly Rotorua?
We certainly couldn't do Rotorua. You know, we couldn't. We would have to actually let the lake level go down and then work out what are we going to do before anything could be done anyway. And even to try and design something in the meantime is probably premature, given we don't know quite what's going to be there when it all comes down. Otaramarae was one that we could trigger some work on, and the thing too about the sooner we move on something like that, the more likely we can get co-funding from Tourism Infrastructure Fund, because it is a popular tourism ramp, which does actually open up the opportunity to get that Tourism Infrastructure Fund matching. and there are jobs that we need to do at that ramp that are independent of lake level.
Just looking at the paper, there isn't a breakdown of what the differentiation would be if we removed Rotorua and if we were to leave Rotorua. What would the difference be on that?
In the actual proposal, and in the long-term plan, it was 400,000 for Otara Marae and 400,000, an additional 400,000 for Rotorua. Now, we should be able to get a good match for Otara Marae. 400,000 still there would actually leave a significant ability to do ramps and jetties and toilet blocks and parking and playgrounds. Things less than that would pull back on that scope somewhat. We certainly have got a major need to do toilet block and probably parking there, given the level of use that it gets. So that would, there could be a reduction in that 400. We would still be wanting to leverage some significant, reasonable amount of seeding there to be able to get us the TIF matching.
So I'm just wondering, councillors, is it, given with the Lake Rotorua, it's not appropriate that we proceed with that, whether that needs some kind of amendment? So if we agree to pause the lake's infrastructure, removing X number of dollars, and just proceed with with Rotoiti o Tara Marae? Just asking a question.
I think number two covers it really, because we can't do anything at Rotorua anyway, and Rotoiti needs something done. So I'd be happy to move number 2.
I'd be happy to move an amendment that asks staff to investigate and report back on alternate funding models, and including boat ramp launch fees.
I'd second that.
Is there a seconder for that? So that's Councillor Patterson. So now that motion will be, whatever that is, together with a staff are requested to carry out an inquiry into appropriate, what was it, boat ramp?
Investigate and report back on alternatives.
Hang on, we'll just wait for, you need to read slowly. Are there other questions in the meantime? Because I can take questions while we just get that up. Did you have one, Councillor Brown?
I do. Well, so long as the first part is not contingent on the second part, I'm happy. I think we just get on with the 400 and capex spend at Rotoiti. But there is, I think, a piece of work for staff to do around the funding models, as Councillor Lee is asking for. Whether that's through here or whether it's through the community board, I'm open.
Okay, we'll get that amended so that it splits it into 2 bits. We'll just get that up. Can I just re-query my question? So if it's 400, which was originally for both, and we're not going to do Rotorua, should that not now be 200? Even if you're still to get subsidies from the tourism partnership?
The intention was that it was 400 for each. The LTP had a series of 400, 400, 400 for ramps through years 1, 2 and 3. Because of lake levels and also some work that was happening at Otara Marae, the intention was to push, we had a gap in a year, so the intention was to push that capital program out a year. So what's happened in the proposal through the earlier discussions, that the 2 jobs have been lumped together with 1 year of funding, when really the 2 jobs would have happened one year, one the next year with 400, 400. So Yeah, if it was reduced to 200, then we would have to back off on the scope that we would be able to deliver it with the focus on Otara Marae.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I don't think that was clear in the paper, given it was 400 for both. Councillor Patterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just carrying on from your question. So are you saying that actually if the matching fund matches our contribution, then the actual total project would be 800,000?
That would be correct, yes. The Tourism Infrastructure Fund is open for applications around September, which sets the timing up for autumn work. We've just done Tarawera. The Tarawera landing was another lakes infrastructure package that included toilet block, parking, ramps, jetties, new retaining wall, and that came to close to $1 million, that one.
So we'd have to get our application in this September?
That would be correct, yep.
So when would we have an answer from them and be able to actually commence the work in the time frame that we've got?
The answers are usually pretty quick. We actually have small operational windows for doing work in the lakes because you've got to work around trout spawning, dab chick spawning, summer pressure from use, and generally we try and target our lakes infrastructure work in the autumn. Which, September would give us time to confirm the funding, then get the design done during the summer, and we would proceed any consultation so that we can begin the work in that sort of March, April, and not quite into May period.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Waru?
Kia ora, te chairman, thank you for your indulgence. Would there be any contribution from our regional council people towards these kaupapa?
There hasn't been in the past, no. And I haven't received a signal that they feel there is an investment profile for them in these.
Thank you, Rob.
Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, gentlemen. Could I ask very quickly, would any of this money, Rob, be put towards, I know there's a big concern about trying to stop catfish and other, invasive species. Is there any of this money or that you're aware of any funds that we could apply for to Bob Rock, whatever it's called this week, to perhaps support infrastructure to help clean boats or to stop the spread? Because I know the devastating effect on Kura that catfish numbers are starting to have effect. Thank you.
We have designed more recent builds with structures in them for making it easier to check trailers for weeds and invasive species and things like that. We've done that, I suppose, as our commitment towards lakes biosecurity as well. So we haven't sought funding from the regional council or any other party for that. I suppose that's something we could look at, but as party to users of the lakes, we have funded those probably relatively minor in the big cost of things parts ourselves, but we could explore that.
Right, and could I just ask, so out of that money there, would those facilities be part of that funding that you're seeking here?
Yes, we would want to have that. If we're going to do work at Otara Marae, we want to make sure that we're doing the utmost we can for lakes biosecurity. So yes, we would look at raised surface. Basically, it's a change in roading shape. And again, if you're resealing the whole road, it's not often that significant, but we would include it in that.
Councillor Kiriopa.
Thank you. Can you tell me if Rotorua Lakes Trust are consulted in the design?
Yes, we go through a consultation process with them from the concept stage. Tarawera Landing's been a very good example of that, and then right through the whole consenting process as well.
Okay, no further questions, councillors. So there's just been a slight amendment to the second part of the motion, which was that the report back would be included in the development of the long-term plan if there were to be fees and charges for boat ramp and launch fees, So that motion now is as highlighted in yellow. So looking at alternative funding models, including boat ramp launch fees, it's been moved by Councillor Lee, seconded by Councillor Patterson. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, thank you, that is carried. Proposal 36, which is to pause improvements to the existing sports fields at Westbrook Park, Smallbone Park and Ray Board Park, removing 1.233 million. Are there questions in relation to this item? Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, looking at some of the earlier documents from the annual plan 23-24 CapEx proposals document, on pages 5 and 6, it covered 225,000 CapEx was included for sports facilities funding. The main plan for the 2023-24 funding was sports fields lighting at either Linton Park or Nongataha to increase field training capacity. From the submissions hearing that we had recently, of course, we heard from a number of presenters, which I believe Councillor Lee touched on, who stated that they'd approached Council about co-funding or even solely taking on the project of doing the lights themselves, but they were denied. Can you explain why they were told no?
There's a number of proposals we've had for lights to be funded by the clubs. What that does is it actually gives the clubs the ability to then control the field. If you've got the lights and you want to train, you can turn it on. If someone else wants to train on that field and that's not amenable to the club that controls the lights, they won't turn them on and that field becomes unavailable for training. So we are going through a process where we're trying to actually acquire the lights so we can manage the impact on our network. You know, and that is why we have put investment in for putting lights up. Somewhere like Nongataha, that one was a situation where we didn't have the resource to actually drive that one. And that club is, that Nongataha situation is such that they really have maximum use of that field anyway. So, I mean, that's a relationship we're going back to Nongataha to say, actually, let's get on with this one. Okay. Other fields, though, there is some potential conflicts around use. In fact, with all our fields, we have conflicts around use all the time. And so the ability for us to be able to manage what is happening on those fields is quite important for optimal use of the network.
Thank you. Supplementary. So then further on, thank you for that answer too. They will be happy to hear that. Of the 1.23 million CapEx, I understand 947,000 was allocated to the lighting, which we just talked about, turf improvements for Stadium Number 2 field, and also services at Rayboard Park. Now, from conversations I had with the CE the other day, the issue is with a septic tank that's currently providing the services for the changing block that's there, and that's used by everybody. That's rugby, soccer, the whole lot. What is the cost of actually installing that sewer line that's proposed to replace that? Just the cost of that alone?
Sorry, I can't tell you that, Councillor, because that's going to depend on the location of the toilet and change area as well. And we need to understand the field configuration to get that location then sorted out in terms of making sure we've got the right fields in the right places. So I can't give you an answer on that. But just to say that 947,000 was for a suite of improvements to that whole network, of which one of them included toilet block changing rooms, which will include the requirement to sewer it correctly, because it's right smack in the middle of a park and the nearest sewer line is several hundred metres away. But, you know, there's irrigation, there's drainage, there are, you know, there's a number of lighting options as well that we want to do across that network. We've just started one, and so that's a sort of a package to lift our supply to try and meet some of the demand that we've got at the moment.
So if we choose to go ahead with this and do nothing, then they'll still have to use the current setup.
Yes, that would be correct.
Right. So that's what I was trying to get at. So that would be for at least the next 12 months until we get another funding round?
Correct.
Correct. Okay. So I've had two approaches from organisations, separate ones, but both with the same idea, that they would be prepared to fund the upgrading of the Poiarenga Park toilets themselves, that currently everything is broken, but they will fit it out, paint it, the whole shooting box, and also the Ray Board Park current block, because even though it's dark and grotty, they would be happy to work with council. So my question is, would you be willing to work with these guys and girls to make sure that these facilities are at least partially up to standard for the next 12 months with co-funding, perhaps taking some of this? That's why I was asking about the cost of the sewer line, and working with them on a co-funding project to get us through until the LTP or even the future development strategy. We've got some big plans on the tables for sports fields going forward, but we just need a stopgap. Is that possible?
Certainly for Poiarenga Park, yes, and we have been working with Lakes FC or Waibot Football on Poiarenga Park. I would be a little more hesitant with Ray Board, because if we invest in a toilet block to carry it through for 12 months and then clearly find that sewerage and everything, the toilet block should be in another position, i.e. that should be removed, then that would be a wasted investment. So I think we'd need to do a bit more work at Ray Board before we decided whether we were going to put a short-term fix in there, or whether it is actually something that we need to step forward and make sure happens.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, councillors. Are there any further questions? Councillor Waru, followed by Councillor Lee.
Yeah, kia ora, Te Amana, thank you. Kia ora anō, Rob. The parks, Westbrook, Small Bone Park, Rayboard. Could you please, and I don't want to make it positive, can you just give us a quick rundown on how often those facilities are used and by whom? On a weekly basis?
I'm trying to picture the sports field booking sheet, but they're very heavily used. I mean, Westbrook gets used JAB and rugby union. Smallbone has hockey, cricket through the summer. The cricket pitch is not used quite so much in the winter, but obviously hockey's very busy. And then Rayboard both has rugby and soccer on it, as well as cricket pitches. Because of the size of that network, they also become a tournament venue. So when we have our winter tournament venue, tournaments with a lot of teams that want to be co-located, then we can set up just about every field for rugby or a union or league. So yeah, they're incredibly busy. It's our busiest area.
It's awesome to hear. And just on that, thank you. In terms of the lighting that's just been spoken about, was that to enable, later sessions, I suppose, for trainings?
Yeah, where we've got quality fields that can handle more hours of use a week, if we can light those, then that enables people to play onto them, from that 5:30 through to 8:30 sort of session. And so you can turn a field that might only cope with 3 hours training a night into something that can cope with 6 or 7 hours of training a night, especially if it's a quality field.
Kia ora, so I was trying to service a need. The other thing, the last question I have is, to your knowledge, when was the last time we had some investment in our facilities in those particular areas?
We've just...
Major investment.
We're just doing lights. We're doing lights on Westbrook number 1 now, which is a significant investment. That's approximately $300,000 for a set of lights. We've also done irrigation on Rayboard down by the cricket nets as well. That was done maybe 3 years ago. We set up the whole area for a mobile irrigator. It has rained a lot since we set that up, so we haven't had as much use out of that, but in the coming El Nino summers, you know, if you can get the field well irrigated during the summer, it provides a much better winter playing surface. So irrigation's another area that we've done. Drainage too on the far side of Rayboard and Titoki Place, we did maybe 4 years ago.
Thank you, Rob.
Councillor Lee.
I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quick question on Smallbone Park. So you're focusing on the hockey fields, not the cricket field? Is there any improvements planned for the cricket part of it or not? Or is it specifically the hockey field?
The number, I'm pretty sure the number 2 hockey turf needs renewal. I'll have to check that, but it wasn't so much for the cricket.
Yeah.
Just trying to remember, we did, yeah, it's either due or we've done recently, but the Smallbone, there was quite a bit of work too that we did around the parking area as well. That's another piece of investment that I've just recalled. Cricket, the cricket wicket is probably coming up for renewal too.
Isn't that renewed every year?
No, the Paramahoe clay is sort of has a life, and it gets dug out and replaced at certain frequency. I'm not sure what that is.
Oh, okay. So Westbrook Park and Rayboard Park, these are the fields that are heavily used by out-of-town tournaments that we have previously just voted to try and promote. Is that correct?
They're not always used for out-of-town tournaments. I mean, league tournaments tend to happen to be based around Puketawhiro Park. The touch does happen at Westbrook, and we have, when league has exceeded a certain size, we've moved them on to Westbrook as well. Women's football is based at Westbrook and Stadium, you know, and those are pretty big tournaments we have as well. Yeah, and the touch nationals are at Westbrook in the summertime.
Right. So this proposal, this would be the proposal that is most targeted by the Lakes. Is this affects the Lakes Football Club submission in any way?
What this will do is it will allow us to improve our existing field network in a key area where we do have quite good quality fields, so we can lift the supply that's available. That will help all the clubs and codes, and what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to work with our codes on where are the best allocations for them. But if we, at the moment, we've got a deficit of hours of training that we can supply. By improving this part of our network, which will give us good bang for bucks because they're quality fields, we can then look at how we distribute that supply across everyone, which will help Lakes.
So who's this going to benefit most?
Councillor Lee, I think, is that your final question?
Yes, it is. Thank you for your indulgence.
Okay, councillors, I think we've had quite a good debate, a number of questions on this item. Is there a mover in relation to item 1 or 2? Councillor Brown?
Move number 2.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Waru? Discussion on this, Councillor Brown first.
No, I think we've talked about it enough. I think we've clearly got a shortage and we need to look after our kids playing sport. It's
Thank you.
Pretty simple.
Councillor Waru?
No, I just echo what Councillor Brown said there. But I do think it was a bit unfair that Councillor Lee didn't get an answer from his last question. Kia ora.
I did indicate at the beginning that we would try and get to 2 questions each if we could. Any further discussion on this item? If not, I'm going to now put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against? Thank you, that is carried. Item 37, pause the Act of Recreation Enhancement, removing $250,000 from the CapEx budget. Any questions in relation to this, which is in relation to the walking, mountain biking tracks and facilities program in the Rotorua Forest? Question, Councillor Brown?
Do we know what the needs of the mountain bike community are for this year alone?
Are you, sorry, just to clarify, is your question around the needs for the mountain bike community this financial year on this CapEx?
Yeah. Yes.
It has all been used. Well, it will all be used.
Sorry, in relation to this proposal. In this financial year.
That would depend on the harvest cycle and obviously working with the Trails Trust as to what assistance there would be on reinstatement. I think there's another project that's coming up that Rob can talk about as well around working with the Lake Rotorua Border Control Trust around the creation of a new toilet block and water supply near the lake, and that is obviously in support of the forest loop, which is getting huge visitors and use, and so that project would look to be funded from this activity as well. So while I think there's some confusion that not all of this goes into mountain biking tracks, it also goes into other infrastructure in around the Titukarangi forest and the Whakarewarewa forest.
So I'm allowed 2 questions. I'll take my second. So this is the first time I've heard about this toilet block. Is that needed to get the forest loop up to Great Ride standard?
The toilet block out towards what used to be known as the Green Lake car park, the Green Lake camping area, that will provide something on the forest loop for that halfway point, which will also stop other toileting that goes on, and it's also been a support for us to get the Tikitapu toilet organised as well. There was a clear need identified that if we're going to do one there, we should do one on that other side, and so it was part of a package that we've got, and yeah, the capital program from the forest was used to fund that.
Councillor Wang.
I'd just like to signal that I'd like to move option 2, recommendation 2.
Questions? I'm still taking questions. No further questions. Councillor Maxwell.
Through the chair, when you mentioned about some of the mahi going on around tracks in Green Lake and Tarawera, at our recent Tūhaurangi Ngāti Wāhio protocol meeting, they told us about some works that they're doing. Is this in keeping with what they're proposing, Rob?
Basically, all the work that goes on in the forest is well linked with mana whenua and the landowners. So when we do these capital programs, they are worked through with either Tuarangi or Ngāti Whakaui, and making sure that I suppose the money is invested wisely.
Okay, thank you. I've had it signalled by Councillor Wang that he wishes to move option 2. Is there a seconder for that option? Councillor Brown, thank you. Any further discussion on this item? No, I'm good.
Just a quick one. I think it's very clear the return and the benefits that our community receives from this very small amount, but the massive return that our community receives, and the benefits from mountain biking and the walking in our forests as well.
I'm now going to put Councillor Brown.
We probably don't need this, but I am aware of what trails are needing to be replaced this year, and $50,000 will do it. But if there's money to be spent in Rotorua, then I support that as well.
Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I attended the mountain biking meeting with Councillor Brown, and I would like to move an amendment that would halve the amount of CapEx budget, and I would like to ask staff to investigate alternate funding options for this. And I think this is, the mountain biking community have put in really top class submissions, and I'd like to acknowledge that they have added a real feather to our bow in terms of our offering as a tourist destination and as a great place to live. And what I'm suggesting is not intended to...
Can I just get the motion up first, and we can
Sure.
talk to that once we... so are you suggesting that that be 125,000?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Can we just see if we've got a seconder for that first before I take it any further? So effectively, so it's 125, so that's been moved by Councillor Lee, seconded by Councillor Patterson. Now I'll allow discussion in relation to the amended motion, which is now $125,000.
Yes, Madam, thank you, Madam Chair. I believe that there is a real opportunity for the mountain biking community to ultimately become self-funding. They have created over the last 30 years world-class tracks here in Rotorua, and it seems odd to me that the mountain biking community from out of town in particular, who spend 5, 10, 15,000 or more on a mountain bike, have free access to world-class tracks, which I understand is not the case in other parts of the country or other parts of the world. And ultimately, if this was able to become self-funding, the mountain bike community might find themselves better off than the $250,000 that Council are currently sending in their direction. And I think it's also an opportunity for the landowners to benefit if a mechanism, a suitable and appropriate mechanism could be found to fund this activity. So I think this is an opportunity to say to the mountain bike community, it's time to fly the nest, and at least let's explore whether that's a possibility.
Okay, thank you. I'm just double checking this wording. So it will be, we're reducing it to 125 and staff to investigate and report back on alternative funding models.
That's
okay,
fine.
And Councillor Patterson has seconded that. Do you wish to speak to that, Councillor Patterson?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. I echo Councillor Lee's comments. In fact, I hark back to what the point I was trying to make with the comments about the sports fields. We've been approached by these organisations wanting to partner with us and willing to put skin in the game. This is an opportunity for us to do that and formalise it, because having them as a partner rather than us just going, here's the money, it creates a better relationship when they've got skin in the game. They have more input to the end product too, because they want to see what they know what they're talking about. We're not the experts, they are. If we should let them have their say and do it together in partnership, not just be the cash cow that we've always been. I agree wholeheartedly with some of their other submitters that said, hang on a minute, you're already charging a bed tax, you should be taking money out of that to fund the mountain bike tracks. I get that position. But the fact is that here we are looking after our wider community, we need to keep them in mind as well. But getting back to my original point, it's a partnership opportunity and we should grab it.
Okay, thank you. So any further discussion? Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While I support the intent of Councillor Lee's amendment, I look at our poor staff who apparently, we're making people redundant, we're asking for restrictions on the CE. We never mind keeping track of the rates. How many reports are we asking for? We're going to be needing, never mind a 5% pay rise, they're going to be needing a 25% staff increase. We've had more reports. I mean, come on. We're here to make decisions today. We had the draft, 6 weeks ago? We've had plenty of time to ask questions and put these propositions forward. My God. I don't know we're going to start the long-term plan or a 10-year plan today. So sorry, Madam Chair, I'll sum up. I'm going to oppose. All we're asking for is a pause for 1 year. I appreciate all the hard work into these trails that's going, but everyone's got to pay a little bit this year just to help us through. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Brien. Any further comments? Councillor Wang, followed by Councillor Waru.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd also like to signal that I don't support the amendment based on the fact that I feel like the message that it would send out to our community on the reduction on the funding that goes into the improvements for the trails, for the walking and mountain biking trails. But also I think we have heard a lot on what the reasons behind why there is not a charge for people to use the forest. I think we've heard quite a lot on that, and to enable access to our forest for everyone. However, if that is something that, I guess councillors want to look into, it never hurts to ask, but my opposition is mainly on the point 1 of the amendment around the reduction in funding, and it is, again, it is CapEx, and it is such a small amount compared to the return that our community receives. And I think we really need to take that into context of what we're doing here as leaders of our district. It's to improve the well-beings of our community, and this one has a huge impact in in many well-beings, but primarily the economic well-being of our community, bringing in up to $140 million from that sector. And this is a very small investment that has a huge return. So it contributes to our vibrancy and prosperity as a region. So I think I'll just leave it at that. I won't be supporting this amendment.
Okay, this seems to be a little bit of a hot topic, so we'll allow a little bit more discussion on this. Councillor Barker, you had a comment that you wish to make?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand entirely what Councillor O'Brien is saying about the impact on our wider community this year particularly. This is just a move to pause or change the funding arrangements. So I see this amendment as a step to ameliorate the spending while still giving some investment, as you say, Councillor Wang, to the very important mountain biking track and walking amenities. So it's a compromise, and I'm willing to support.
Thank you. Councillor Waru, I think you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you, He Te Tiamana. I'm opposed to this amendment. I'll be going with the original one if it falls. This reason being, I think we've been reasonable here. If we just take on what Councillor Brown said, maybe around, I think it was around, he mentioned a figure around 50k odd to maintain the trails. That only leaves a very small amount to do the infrastructure improvements and things like that. And I'm probably better than most, as I do this all the time. You're not going to get too far on that little bit of money. It's a virtually waste of time, waste of effort. So I'm just saying, I think we need to keep it up. And we can look at it again when it comes next time. By then, surely we'll have some kind of idea on how we can move forward, fee structure, partnerships, all that kind of stuff. I think it should be, hopefully it's in the LTP, or well, definitely I'm going to bring it up when we get into that discussion. And thinking long term. But for now, I'm going to oppose this, and hopefully we get to the original. Kia ora.
Okay, thank you. I think we've had enough discussion on this item, so I'm now going to put that motion. So it is the one in yellow, so we're reducing it to 125 with the additional report. All those in favour, please raise your hands. That's those against. That motion is lost. So we'll now revert back to the original motion, which was moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Brown, which is that we agree to continue the improvements and add back in $250,000. So we've had discussion, I think, on this item, so I'm just going to put... Councillor Lee, did you have a question?
Yes, Madam Chair. I acknowledge that the previous motion has been lost. I was wondering whether the second part of that motion...
I think in terms of where we are, we've already had a mover and a second to the original motion. We've had an amendment to that, which has now been lost, so we now revert back to the original motion. So I'm now going to put that motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? Thank you, that is carried. Item 38, which is to cease the Economic Recovery Fund, which is removing $18.5 million. Any questions in relation to this item? Thomas, I just have a question. This was the money that was put in there in the post-COVID recovery budget, which was kind of a just in case, and we never actually allocated most of the funds out of the original 20 million. So there are no projects currently allocated against this funding.
Correct. So I think it was 20 million in total. The previous council did make a decision to support a couple of minor uses of the fund, and one to support the eyesight redevelopment, another portion to support Pūtake o Tawa, but also approved, subject to business casing, some economic projects at the airport which haven't gone ahead, and they were subject to a business case coming back. We had no other applications for the remainder of the fund, so therefore it has been unused. Yep.
Any further questions? Councillor Waru.
Kia ora, Chairman Thomas. Given our previous conversations, our earlier conversations around, perhaps, car park and all that, we were talking about these things that are capital expenses. Would that fall into this category for this fund to be used?
No, the fund, the borrowing that was set aside was specific to help with the recovery post-COVID, and in particular was targeting projects that that provided a significant economic benefit.
Okay.
So yeah.
Thank you.
If there are no further questions, I'm happy to move one. Thank you, Councillor O'Brien. Any discussion? I think it's pretty self-explanatory. All those in favour? Against? Thank you, that's carried. Item 39, the proposal to remove the fund construction of the cycleways in 23-24 from the central government transport packages, removing $396,000 of capex. Sorry, I didn't read that correctly. I think it's in your proposal. It's on page, what's my page number? Page 18 of 23. Councillor Maxwell, you had a question?
A question on this one. Thomas, does that mean that we lose that that cycleway funding that went towards or portion of it, the Sir John Key fund that he gave us?
So we have been on a program over the years extending the cycleway network. Historically, they've been funded fairly 50-50 with regards to Waka Kotahi funding. And so the proposal was to pause that for a year. However, subsequent to that decision to go out for consultation, Stavros and his team had negotiated a separate package whereby $2.5 million worth of work will be done fully funded by Waka Kotahi. So for you, this should be a fairly simple decision to remove that portion that was 50-50 and instead replace it with the package that is fully funded for $2.5 million.
Okay, I think that explains it. I think that it says remove it, it's still able to deliver, so I think that's a no-brainer decision. So Councillor O'Brien is moving that, seconded by Councillor Barker. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Thank you. As against, that's carried. 41 is to cease the Murray road lines and unformed roads, removing 100,000. Any questions? Councillor Kiriopa.
Thank you. Were there any roads actually lined up for that are going to be affected?
Kia ora. Councillor Kiriopa, no, we do not have any proposal on the table at this point in time, but roads like Camilla Drive, which was done in Kutu area about last year or a year and a half ago, or whatever. These are the types of works, we collaborate with multiple Maori owners, to convert into appropriate standards, but we have nothing on our table at the moment, on our proposal. I think the recommendation basically says there's nothing on the table at the moment, but if we do get a proposal, we reserve the ability to come back to you and say, well, we've got this proposal, can we fund it in some different way? Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? Councillor Waru?
No, thank you. Stavros answered my question. Thank you.
Okay, can I ask for a mover or seconder for option 1 or 2? Councillor Waru? Option 2. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor O'Brien? Any further discussion? No, I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? That is carried. Thank you. Item 45, the proposal to stop public art funding, which will remove $400,000. Any questions? Councillor Barker?
Just to clarify that this is a pause for a year, a reduction for a year, is that right?
The question was, is this just a pause for a year?
So we'll need an element of funding available. I think the number in here is not a number that we'd had before. I think the combination of the OPEX staffing side and the CAPEX was a total 400, but historically we have only put approximately $250,000 of CAPEX in, and so that helps create new art, but also looks to maintain some of the existing art.
So to add to that, from our team, about $120,000 was OPEX of this.
That doesn't, sorry, can we just get clarification? We're talking CAPEX here. It says to remove $400,000 from the CAPEX budget. You've just said out of that 400, 120 is OPEX?
There was confusion in the number. So from a CAPEX perspective, the 280, historically though we've only had 250,000 of CAPEX every year. And so if you are considering putting the budget back in, what we're signalling is you don't need to put the 400 in, you can only do 250.
So I'll just take questions. I've got an indication of a mover for option 1. Are there any further questions now that we've just had clarification around that figure? Otherwise, Councillor O'Brien has moved option 1. No further questions. I've got a seconder.
I have a question, sorry.
Oh, quick.
Kia ora te German. Just trying to wrap my head around that again, please. Thomas, so this budget, and that includes doing the maintenance and whatever on art pieces and commissioning new art pieces or something like that, 250K would suffice?
Yep, so a little bit of background on this budget. This is what was called the old 1% of arts funding. So historically, 1% of the total capital works program was kind of put aside to put into arts investment. And it didn't have its own separate budget. It was just assumed that 99% would be used for the project and 1% would be freed up for art. To kind of clarify that, we ended up putting a physical budget in, and historically we have put 250,000 in, which was roughly 1% of the underlying renewal budget.
Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yesterday we voted to keep various art-related employees. Is this fund associated with their role?
One of them, yes. Yes, one of the members is delivers the program that's tied to this budget as part of his role.
So it would be a bit of a mixed message to remove this funding and then yet support that position, wouldn't it?
The focus would have to be on the role of maintaining what is there and the maintenance of it, and would not be the creation of any new art into this fiscal year.
Thank you.
So I just had clarification. So you mentioned that should be 250, which was the capex amount, rather than 400. So Councillor O'Brien, I know you indicated that you wish to move option 1, which originally in our papers did have 400. So are you happy with it amended now that it's at 250, and Councillor Patterson is the seconder? So if there are no further questions, I'm now going to put that motion that we are going to pause the funding for the commissioning of new artworks and focus only on maintenance, and that removes $250,000 from the capex budget. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? Thank you, that is carried. Sorry, I'll just give me a minute to change papers. We're in the decision schedule, which is referring to the Resource Management Act fees discount policy, which are there any questions in relation to this item? Councillor Waru.
Thomas, just in terms of this Resource Management Act fees discount policy, where did that number come from, and when was it set? 40%?
The policy that we currently have in place has been in place for quite a while. Obviously used to encourage the most efficient and effective processing of the consents, because that's obviously what the submitters want. What we've found over the years is that these things have become more complicated, hence why the legislation has kind of shifted out as well with regards to the statutory requirements. So all we're saying is we'll stop using our internal policy and we'll go into the method that is, I think, set out in the RMA. Because of the nature and complexity at the moment of most applications, we are unable to achieve our internal policy, which means the true cost of doing those consents is not falling on the applicants, and so therefore it falls on a portion back onto the general ratepayer. And so what we're saying is, recognising the complexity, recognising the RMA allows us more time, let's shift to that and focus on that, which therefore means the majority of the cost will be borne by those that are actually...
The developers?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Wang.
Sorry, no question, just happy to move option 1 and 3.
If I could, with your indulgence, Madam Chair, ask one more question, please. Thank you. Thomas, what impact do you think this will have on people's willingness to develop?
It shouldn't have one. I mean, they already anticipate what the cost is going into it. It's just, if anything, there are times where sometimes we don't always stop the clock, if you know what I mean, with regards to the time. And so the onus will be back on if there are queries or more technical nature that they are resolved. The onus is on the other party as well to try and resolve them as quick as possible to fit within the time frame.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So no further questions. It's been moved by Councillor Wang to go option 1 and option 3. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded Councillor Lee. Any further discussion on that? No, I'm going to put that then as is highlighted in yellow. All those in favour raise your hands. Against, thank you, that's carried. Let's take one final item before the luncheon adjournment, which is the cap on consenting. Are there any questions on this item?
I have none.
If there are no questions, does anyone wish to move item 1, 2 and or 3? Move option 1. Option 1. One and 3. Is there any? Oh, sorry, I've got 1 and 3 on my piece of paper here. Sorry, it should be the council agree to support lifting the cap of 45,000 on resource consents and charge the full cost of the cost to process the applications from 1 July. And next, that we note a review on the efficiency of the process and timing of resource consents, etc., report back in August. Everyone happy with that? It's been moved been moved by Councillor Wang. I need a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Any further discussion on that? No. I'll put that motion to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Councillors, we've reached the end of the 40 proposals. I'm wondering if now would be a good time to just take the luncheon adjournment, lunch break. Would 1:30 give sufficient time for people to have some lunch, and we'll reconvene then? Thank you, councillors.
Madam Chair, will we get the number that we've arrived at after lunch? And
yeah, we still have a number
discussion?
of other feedback items to come back and discuss, as well as where we're at, and then we'll have some opportunity to just look at what that final number is and what might be some actions we can take in relation to that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
that's allocated. So that triggers your significance and engagement policy and will require consultation. So you're not actually able to be in a position to make a decision to approve the request because you will be required to go out for consultation.
So this will be, does that mean we would be consulting after the quotes come in for stage 2?
No, we would not be consulting about the scheme, but in regards to the requests for the council to increase its contribution to the gross costs, which is the paper in front of you indicates it will be roughly in the order of $8 million. It's $8 million that is not in our financial strategy, it is not in our LTP at this point in time, and if during your LTP wish to consider such funding, then the significance policy is triggered and you have to consult with the wider district if you want to increase the financial contribution to that project.
Okay, thank you. That's my first question sorted.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Deputy Worship. Just with regards, here's a dumb question for you. Do the residents of Tarawera pay anything currently in their rates for the sewage treatment plant?
No.
No. What about the residents of Rotorua?
The residents of Rotorua that have connected to the scheme, which is being in the process of being completed, pay the annual targeted rate to cover the operating cost. But until the scheme has been completed, we have not set the capital rate yet, and we anticipate doing that next year in year 1 of the LTP.
Right. So from a Rotorua resident's point of view, they may look at this and go, well, hang on, if they're not contributing anything to our wastewater supply, why should we be contributing to them? But if we don't, it's like a catch-22, then they won't be connected to it. Is that...
So Tarawera obviously would connect and would be part of the overall cost. Just a reminder to the councillors that with regards to the annual rate set to cover the operating costs and maintenance of the network, that is harmonised across the district. And so while Rotorua has its own scheme and has a smaller number of ratepayers, the actual urban area helps subsidise that cost, because otherwise the cost of running that scheme individually by those 700 residents would be quite high.
Supplementary. So really what they're asking, the Tarawera people are asking, is for the same application or dispensation to them, that urban pays for them too?
No, so there's two different aspects. So there's the annual, so there's the cost of the scheme and building the new scheme, and so that's growth in the network, and so that is predominantly paid for by the community that is growing, and so that's what's recovered in the capital rate, and that capital rate is calculated based on the total cost of the scheme, how much the council will contribute from the general ratepayer, subsidies that may have been received from MFE, regional council, etc., and then that balance is recovered from the residents that have connected. What they're looking at doing is saying, actually, the portion that Rotorua Council and the wider residents contribute, which will be $1,500 per property, they want that upped, so therefore the portion that we would look to recover directly from them would be smaller. It's quite different and it is quite a high amount at the moment. And the reason why it's quite a high amount in comparison to what's happening at Rotorua is that those lakes in particular had significant government funding. There was funding from the Ministry of Health, the Ministry for the Environment, and the Regional Council, and so therefore the portion that is left over to pay by the residents connecting is a much smaller portion. And so Tarawera are arguing that council should change its policy of $1,500 per property and provide a larger portion, so they individually pay less, and that larger portion would be picked up by all the other residents that are connected to the sewerage scheme and pay the annual targeted rate, the operating rate.
Thank you.
Councillor Waru.
No, that's okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Answered my question.
There's no decision to be made here. We're simply just noting some actions that council staff are to undertake. There will be a decision at some later point in time. So what is currently up on the board is that we've just been asked to note at the request of submitters that we continue on with the work to compress the final cost of the scheme, that we note the tender recommendation will come back to council in early August, that the targeted rate will need to be consulted on and likely to be considered until 25-26 financial year, and the council instruct the Chief Executive Officer to review options and effects of the sewerage scheme funding contribution from council towards the Tarawera scheme and report back in the preparation of the LTP. Councillor Lee, did you have a comment or a question in relation to what's proposed in terms of the noting? These are just items for noting.
Yes, I did have another question, and I would also have a proposed amendment in due course as well.
So you had a question?
Yes.
What's the question?
The question is to Stavros. I understand information has been circulated to the Tarawera residents that the human contribution to the nitrogen levels was around 8%.
Point of order, please, Madam Chair.
What's your point of order?
Irrelevancy. We're dealing with the motion which is about funding, not on the actual scheme itself, in my opinion. Thank you.
Councillor, is there a question that just relates to what we're just noting at the moment?
Sure. So in Libby's submission here, Libby Fletcher's submission, she states that the cost to Tarawera ratepayers is totally out of reach for many people, particularly those on fixed incomes. We also had the situation where Fred Stevens served on council during the submissions, annual plan submissions, a legal letter putting us on notice.
Excuse me, sorry, point of order again, Madam Chair. So irrelevancy. Again, we're dealing with a request about funding, not the actual scheme itself. Those decisions have already been addressed by previous councils and this council and will be reviewed again in the LTP. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Brien. I think, Councillor Lee, we probably don't need to get into the level of detail that you're trying to ask in terms of individual submissions. We're just simply being asked to note a number of items to come back for further decisions in future. Are there questions that relate to the proposed items for noting up there?
Yes, Madam Chair, I think it would be appropriate to note the letter that was served on council from the lawyers.
I'm not sure that's appropriate in this process, so are there any further questions? Councillor Waru?
Kia ora, Madam Chair, probably to you. All these next items are basically notes.
Correct.
And just, so I don't really, I think we just go through them and there's no expenditure or anything attached to any of it now.
No,
so,
there are no, there's no...
I think just speed it up, please. Kia ora.
Noted, Councillor Waru. However, there are some other things which do need a little bit more discussion than simply noting, but these ones here are for a decision to be made at a later date. So if there are no further questions in relation to that, do I have a mover for the 5 items to be noted and the instruction to the Chief Executive? Move Councillor Barker, seconded Councillor Brown. Is there any further discussion on those?
I would wish to amend the existing motion to also note the receipt of the letter from the Lake Tarawera residents' lawyer.
Is there a seconder to amend that to add the addition of the receipt of the letter from the Tarawera Association lawyers? There doesn't seem to be a seconder, so that motion will lapse. So we'll now go back to the original motion, which had been moved by Councillor Barker, seconded by Councillor Brown. I'll now put that motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? Thank you. That's carried unanimously. The next item is the Baxendale Esplanade, which is the 472,000 of CapEx. We're just simply being asked to note here that there were concerns from a number of submitters and that be included in the ongoing work for the reserve development process, and then following completion of consultation with the community, a report will be brought back to Council in September on the next steps. Are there any questions in relation to that? Thank you, Councillor Waru. Are there any questions? No further questions. Is there a seconder to that? Councillor Barker. No further discussion. I'll put that motion that the two items up there be noted. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Thank you. Carried. Councillors, the next one is some general feedback where submitters have made a submission that in general rates are too high. Probably their submissions have not been directed in relation to individual items. It's just a comment in general across where rates are too high. We started our consultation document at 7.2%. We had a revised figure at the start of this discussion of 6.25%. Given the decisions that have been made yesterday and today, I think we're at around 9.2%. We've now got some feedback there. We've gone from 7.2 to 9.2, that rates are too high. Generally asking us to acknowledge the feedback that's been received in relation to that. Thank you. Moved by Councillor O'Brien, seconded by Councillor Waru. Any further discussion on that feedback? No.
No, just a comment, if I can, Madam Chair. No, I think it's important we acknowledge, which is what we're doing, acknowledge the korero. I don't think there's anyone around here that doesn't feel that way, but, you know, it's a hard job when you have to take in all perspectives and all the well-beings and everything for everyone. So I really think we're doing a good job. It's not an easy job, but just want to acknowledge those people who are putting their feedback in and say we are hearing it and listening.
Thank you, Councillor Waru. No further comments. Happy to put the, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you for your indulgence. A question for you, Thomas, if I may. This is regarding this. If we're sitting at 9.2, when we were at 7.2, and the people, that information you supplied me, thank you, the residents who have a CV of a property under 500,000, back then they were looking at paying 8.1. Would that same formula be applied to this rate?
Councillor, it would be similar, but will be slightly different because of the changes that you've made will change the composition of rates slightly. Just to clarify how that came about is because predominantly there were higher rate increases in targeted rates, such as the sewerage rate, 17%, water, 10%, and I can't remember what the refuse one. And so when you look at the rates of a lower CV property, the fixed charges is a larger proportion of the total rates bill as those higher value properties that are picking up general rate on the capital value, and the general rate hasn't gone up by that same amount, which is why we were seeing the rural sector having a lower one. Some of these changes do fall back on the general rate, and so we may see a compression of that, but I do still expect to see a bit of deviation and the lower CV properties paying up as a percentage slightly more, but as a dollar will be likely less.
Thank you.
On this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do wish to acknowledge those submitters that think rates is too high. 7.2% is cruel and out of touch, said one. On the other hand, and that's why we went hard and we tried to propose to the community as low a rates rise as we could dare. And 2,100 submissions, most of whom pushed back on us and said something like this one here: if rates needs to go up more than 7%, then so be it. Most of the proposals that reduce the level of service are extremely disappointing, short-sighted and very cynical. So that's the flip side of the submissions that we have received when they've said to us, actually, we do want to keep some of the services that we've provided. And so ultimately this council has tried to keep it as low as possible, and we've listened to what the community's had to say, and that's how we've come up with what we've come up with. We've done the best we can.
Thank you. I'm now going to put that motion. It's been moved by Councillor O'Brien, seconded by Councillor Waru. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? Thank you. That is carried. Next item is ratepayer equity. Acknowledge the feedback that's been received. New rating valuations to take place in September of this year and development into the long-term plan. Are there any questions for Thomas on this? Councillor Kiriopa?
Yes, please, through the chair. Kia ora, Thomas. Will Te Tato for a start, but also groups within the community who support lower socioeconomic communities have an opportunity to participate in the review of rates equity?
Yeah, so this process will be part of your long-term plan, where you will set the funding policies for each of your activities and also around the structure of your rates, and you will also be consulting on elements like what's the level of the UAGC, and so that will go out for public consultation. The hard thing that we've always struggled with every LTP year one is the revaluation changes, and we've always seen quite significant swings between categories of ratepayers, but also some properties moving higher than others. And so it does make it quite challenging in year one of the LTP that while you're trying to work on a equity and distribution, it gets distorted by what's happening with revaluations, which are outside of our control. There are mechanisms to help mitigate and offset that, which we can talk about at the time, but it does become difficult and problematic.
If there are no further questions, can I have a mover and a seconder for the motion? Thank you, Councillor Wang. Seconder, Councillor O'Brien. No further discussion. I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Thank you. Carried. The next item for noting is other rating opportunities. So this was where feedback was received around looking at rating properties that are used for Airbnb, and also vacant land, which currently receives some kind of remission. Any questions in relation to this? If not...
Madam Chair, sorry, I just would like to move an amendment to the motion to also include after Airbnb a possible bed tax to be included in a review.
Sorry, and a bed tax?
Yes, please.
So we're looking at a rating for Airbnb and a bed tax.
Thank you.
Does that make sense? So I'll just make sure that makes sense, because we've got the vacant land at the end there. Maybe we'll put the vacant land at the beginning. Oh no,
Airbnb and a bed.
Yeah, comma a bed tax. We just take out the end there, Gomity, and change that to a comma. Look. No, does it make sense? Okay, so that's been moved by Councillor O'Brien, seconded by Councillor Waru. Is there any further questions or discussion in relation to looking at further revenue options for council? No? I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Thank you. That's carried. The next piece of feedback is rates. Please don't cut rates to the detriment of well-being. Just simply noting feedback Thank you. Moved by Councillor Waru, seconded by Councillor Maxwell. Councillor Lee, did you have a question?
Comment?
I'll take it.
Just for the sake of the community, and this was a question that we got thrown at quite a lot out there in the community, and I found it helpful to explain that every household, or most of us households, do have a mortgage, and that's the only way we can afford to buy a house, and council similarly has to have long-term debt in order to conduct its business, and the council is much more complex, of course, than a single household. So there is a need to have a certain level of debt for a council, and
I think we're talking about the well-being, not the debt. We'll get to the debt one.
Okay. What I just said, but for next time.
Okay, right. So, right, we'll take this one. Just noting, don't cut rates to the detriment of wellbeing, and the comments received in that. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Against, thank you, that's carried. Now we'll look to the debt one, and we'll ditto Councillor Lee's comments, so he does not need to speak to this again. So the feedback is that debt is too high. We're noting that there will be a review of borrowings as part of the development of the LTP. Are there any questions in relation to that, Councillor Waru?
Just a question, Chairman. Thomas, debt is too high. Is that a correct statement?
I won't comment on the level of debt. I'll just remind you of within this plan and the planned borrowings and where they're being applied to, and remind you that over half the borrowings will be to pay for a wastewater treatment plant upgrade. Another quarter of it will be for extending sewerage schemes. I think $4 million to support roading network increases, including rural seals, and I think from memory $10 million to refurbish the aquatic centre. And I will leave it to the those listening's discretion to determine as to whether that's appropriate.
And remember, we're just noting,
Nice answer, kia ora.
We're just noting this is feedback received from the submitters. So, question, Councillor Patterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thomas, just with regards to the consultation currently going on with the museum, should that decision be made to go with option one, how much of an impact will that have on this debt?
I think, Councillor Patterson, I think that's answered in the second part of this, that we'll review all of our borrowings when we're developing the long-term plan. I'm not sure if it's appropriate that we discuss that here now while we're still in a consultation phase. Are there any other questions in relation to the feedback that's come in, which we're simply noting? If there is no further questions, can I have a mover for the acknowledgement of the feedback? Thank you, Councillor Waru. Seconded, Councillor Barker. Any further discussion? Otherwise, I'll put Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just add that I think when it comes to the LTP, we actually need a dedicated debt reduction strategy, and that's certainly something I'll be pursuing at that appropriate time. Thank you.
Any other comments in relation to this item for noting? No, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, thank you. That is carried. The next item is feedback in relation to fees and charges, which is submissions supporting the greater use of user pays principle. And my laptop's gone off again. Sorry. So we are acknowledging feedback received, and we direct staff to undertake a review of fees and charges to coincide with the delivery of the LTP, development of the LTP. Any questions in relation to that item? Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Does this relate also to the questions we've raised about charging at the lakes for boats, etc.? Yep.
That's a nod from Thomas. Any other questions?
Yes.
No other questions? Can I have a mover that we acknowledge that feedback? Councillor Brown, seconded by Councillor O'Brien. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, thank you, that's carried. We now have the opposite, fees and charges. Feedback received that they do not support higher fees and charges. So once again, acknowledging the feedback received, effectively still doing the same review, which will take into account both the people that want them up and the people that want them down. Moved Councillor O'Brien, seconded Councillor Wang. Are there any further questions or discussion? No, I'll put that. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, thank you, that's carried. The next one is to do with organisational efficiencies and look at council organisation for efficiency. So there is feedback to be received in that regard. And that as part of that feedback, we ask the Chief Executive to undertake an organisational review to try and achieve a further efficiency saving of $500,000 in the next financial year. That is in addition to the 1 million that had already been identified, so that's from where we started at 7.2 and went down to 6.25% when we started yesterday. We note that the achievement of this may require some amendments to some of the decisions that have been made. This is some feedback here that we've got around organisational efficiencies, but there is a slight amendment to what is in the paper, given that we have gone from 7.2 down to 6.25% and we've now come back up to 9.2 to, I think, try and achieve a further efficiency saving of $1 million would be quite a hard ask. So the suggested recommendation is 500,000. Perhaps we'll take some questions on that if Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thomas, the new wonderful new IT system, cloud-based system, is that likely to yield any efficiencies for the organisation?
It will, but the counter to that would be all those efficiencies will be effectively utilised by the fact that it frees up staff to deal with the extra demands that are currently sitting there with them. So probably won't therefore realise tangible savings. Just means more time, resource available to deal with the work ahead.
Did you have a comment? Okay, I've just been advised by the Chief Executive that should it be achieved, remembering that we note 0.5, there is a risk that it may not be achieved, but that will bring it back to potentially around 8.9% rates increase, sorry. Is there any further discussion on that? Remembering that there is still that risk that that may not be achievable, given that we've already done quite a lot of cost compression to get us to where we were for our starting point. Councillor Waru has a question.
Just a comment.
Have we finished with questions? I'll just take questions. Question, Councillor Patterson.
So when this extra efficiencies, is that in time for this annual plan? Yep. So will that be in time for 28th of June? Right. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Brown.
Could I suggest an amendment to number 2 at this point in time, or would you like it a little bit later?
I don't have a motion on the table, so unless you're proposing a motion.
I'm happy to propose the motion with a change to number 2.
To?
As it is, but in addition with a comma after financial year that does not have a material impact on service levels.
Adverse, that does not have an adverse impact.
On service levels.
We'll just double check that wording. So.
Actually had material impact, but adverse, if councillors prefer that.
That does, I think there's a that does not. So that it does not.
That will not.
Sorry, so we've just got that proposal. Let's just double check that with Councillor Brown as the mover. Oh, sorry, Gomiti, can we just go? So effectively what you're suggesting then is you allow the Chief Executive the discretion, so we're asking him to achieve a $500,000 saving. If he thinks it has a material impact on service levels, then he doesn't have to achieve that.
Well,
I'm just trying to...
We're just trying not to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but I think financial year that will not is probably better.
Something missing there, isn't there?
Will not have a
yeah, will
material.
not have. Still not.
I'm happy to second.
Does that make sense? The Chief Executive undertake an organisational review to achieve an efficiency saving of $500,000 and will not. That will not have a material impact. Yeah, I think. And that will not have a material impact to service levels. Right. Comma. So the intent of that is... I know what it means.
Do you know what it means?
So we're clear on it that effectively you want the saving, but if it affects service levels, then it's kind of no. Effectively, that's the intent of that clause. And then we're also noting those other two things that... Got 3, number 4... and number 5 is the risk that it may not be achieved. No, because there may be a risk that we don't get to 500,000. So there's still a risk. But it's only on... I think we've had it moved by Councillor Brown, seconded by Councillor Wang. A few two are happy as the mover and seconder of the motion as it stands with item 5 in there. Is there any further discussion on that then? Councillor O'Brien, followed by Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in regards to the amendment, all cuts have a material impact of some kind or another. I think it's not with all due respect to my fellow councillor, it's not a very well defined, matrix, KPI, whatever indicator. Yeah, so I understand what Councillor Brown's trying to get across, but I mean, on one hand, we're instructing the Chief Executive to make, a large dollar amount. That's going to have some impact. So to say, oh, by the way, cut, but don't cut that, on this or that or anything that could be problematic. Yeah, good luck with that. Thank you.
Councillor Wang, you had a comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, I agree with the comments made by Councillor O'Brien, but my comments are just simply to acknowledge our Chief Executive, the exec team and the wider council organisation for being able to achieve those efficiencies to get to this point, and then also the extra efficiencies that we're hoping to achieve with this motion, and just to thank and acknowledge them for the work that they've done to get to this point.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. Councillor Brown?
Through you, Madam Chair. I do appreciate where Councillor O'Brien is coming from. I think the key word there is material, and obviously there's a judgment call on that. That's what we're asking the CEO to do, but there will be some impact, I acknowledge that, but the question is material. I just want a bit of a safeguard in there that we're not doing something we really don't want to have.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe with your indulgence, that word material could be changed to significant.
I think probably we're...
If that's what you're trying to indicate.
I think that's the same. I think the intent's there. So if there are no further questions around that, I would like to put that. Councillor Waru.
Sorry, just a comment. I've been waiting. Just in terms of the, I think we started at 7.2, we've gone to 6.2 or something, and then now we're at the 9.2. But don't forget, when we first started this whole exercise, when all the information was put forward to us, it was 11.95. 11.95, that's my starting point. And then we went through some exercises, then we got down to a place where we thought we could maybe get close to. I was under no illusions that, that was it. And then we came in a bit below. We've listened to the kōrero that has come from the public, all walks of life. Huge uptake in the submission process. And we've ended up where we are now. So if you look at it, we're 2.2 and 11.95. We're sort of in the middle there, which is, yes, I suppose it's still high, but I think we've done a good job to get there. And this is just adding to, a bit more, just to show the public that even though we've got to that point, we're still looking at ways to try and save money, or rather do some better investments, I suppose, moving forward. So just wanted to make that point. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Waru. So it's been moved and seconded. I'm going to put that motion that is now up there on the screen. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? Thank you, that is carried. We're on to the last item, councillors. So we've made a number of decisions over the last couple of days. We now need to ask for a mover and a seconder to adopt the proposals for inclusion into the final annual plan 2023-24 as per the decision-making schedule above, where each of the motions resolutions have been recorded. Can I moved by Councillor Lee, seconded by Councillor Wang. Is there any further discussion on this? Effectively, we're just confirming all of the items that we have made decisions on for inclusion. Councillor Waru.
Kia ora, it might be a bit of a cheeky question through you, Madam Chair. Will there be an opportunity once the final figures have been done and
we don't strike the rate until the meeting of the 28th of June, so there is a further discussion around that.
So there'll be no discussion about this before then?
Not in a formal council meeting sense.
Oh no, but the opportunity is still there for us to still have a kōrero with our Chief Executive. And
oh yes, informal, but there's no other formal council meetings other than the decision to be made on the 28th of June to finally strike the rate.
Copy. Thank you.
So
Any further comments? Councillor Patterson?
Sorry, mine was a question.
A question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we're at this point where we're going to adopt these proposals. Some of us have been considering that some of them we'd like to change our minds. Is that ship sailed?
I'll just take some advice here from the Chief Executive. Okay, so just in terms of the standing orders, because we've already made decisions on a lot of matters today, so if we were to go back and change a decision, we would need to actually revoke the original decision. Under the standing orders, that would require a 75% vote by majority, which would mean 8 out of 10 councillors would need to go back and agree to revoke the decision that's previously been made. I feel that we've had a fairly healthy debate over all of these items over the last few days. Everyone has had the opportunity, I think, fairly to have their say. I think it's a situation where we still have one final opportunity in terms of striking the final rate. I'm not sure that we would be doing the community any, wouldn't be fair to the community or to the staff if we were to go back and try and relitigate some or all of the items. Councillor Maxwell? Yes, we are speaking to the motion.
Thank you. Yes, I'll support the motion that there, even though at this stage I don't know what the rate is, other than we along the way we were getting some updates and everything, but I think, like you just said earlier, we gave each one individually time to ask questions, time to debate on it, and voted on it, hands up. And I've done that along the way. One, I'd like to just acknowledge that we just passed only about 2 or 3 items ago. One was rates, don't cut rates to the detriment of well-being, and that's acknowledging the feedback that we have. So for me, I'm voting to support whatever's the outcome from our debates over these 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any final comments, councillors? Councillor Patterson?
Thank you, Worship. Once again, I'd like to reiterate my disappointment that we've got this high, 9.27. We started out at 7.2 after the 11.95 starting point, and we're only at 9.27. I would have thought we could have done better after 6 months of work for our community. And as far as the feedback goes, I would love to have known how many people from Nongataha, Koutu, Ngāpuna, Ōwhata, and our poorer regions, and I'm not being derogatory, that's the fact, Ford Block, how many of them participated in our survey? How many people over the age of 65, 70 or 80 participated? Because we could be working on information that has a significant bias to people who have the wherewithal, the time, the inclination to participate in these types of kōrero. So I would just caution my fellow councillors to be mindful of what we're about to decide. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Are there any final comments around the motion that we have up there, which is to adopt the proposals that have all been voted on? If there are not, I'd just... Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and may I thank you for the excellent way you've conducted the last 2 days with some difficult discussions and some at times unruly councillors, not including myself. I would just say that I tautoko completely everything that Councillor Patterson says. This is going to have a huge impact on those who can least afford it, those that are most vulnerable, and that's not what I came here to do. I appreciate democracy, I appreciate councillors have made decisions as they see fit, and I don't question those motives, but I can't support this and I'll be voting against. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further comments? Councillor Waru.
Well, some comments and a question as well, if I can put it all into 2. So firstly, maybe I'll just, in my comment, that you might get the gist. I acknowledge those who might be in a position where they might struggle with this. But I also hope that we have some processes or internally anyway to be able to help those that might struggle on payment plan or something like that. I'm sure there are things like that, like our koeke they get a subsidy because they're koeke, they're pensioners, all that kind of stuff. So I'm sure we've got a pretty smart team that we might be able to come up with some way to support those that might struggle. But at the end of the day too, we're all on the same waka. And I do take note the kōrero around, you know, those people who don't participate and those who do participate. It reflects also in the voting and everything like that. It's the same. So I guess that might be another way we can use this as a way to engage better with a wider scope of our community. So I'll be supporting this. I know it'll be a bit of a shock to some, but I also know that we've got some responsibility to make sure that our place is somewhere where we can be proud, something we can be proud of. And I think I'm really interested in the LTP discussions that are going to be coming up. I think that's where we can really make some huge calls, because that's long game stuff. These things aren't fixed in a 1 year plan. So I'm really interested to see how we can all work together to, you know, hopefully get somewhere a bit nicer moving forward. So koe rā noho tāku, kai te mea tū ki a tātou katoa. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor. I just wanted to perhaps just correct something. I think Councillor Patterson, in your comments, you mentioned the rate was at 9.2, but given the efficiency target that was put in there, it was actually at 8.9. I think if Thomas can confirm, that's where we would end up with, based on all of the decisions that are made. So if we're adopting all of these proposals for inclusion in the final annual plan, that final rates number would be...
It's currently sitting about 8.8, subject to final changes in the model, but in that range.
Thank you. That just wanted to clarify that, Councillor Patterson. Any further final comments? Thank you, Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be supporting this, of course. We've had a very thorough process, and it's the process that ought to be respected, and the number that we've come up with at the end is not arbitrary. We've thoroughly debated each and every issue, and democracy is the name of the game, and democracy has won, for better or for worse. That's how it works. And so thank you to the staff, thank you to my colleagues. It's been quite a 6 months worth of work to get here, but I have a great deal of confidence in the process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the comments around the table. I think it's been a learning experience. You know, this is the first annual plan process for many around the table, and I think it's a great learning experience to have gotten to this point. Again, I want to thank the staff for the very short amount of time that we've allowed them to very quickly put so much information together. Thank the community, the huge response that we had received from the community, and this was democracy in action. I think we heard from the community just how important some of these services are to them, and we have made those adjustments. And always we take into account affordability when we strike a rate. That is many times almost at the forefront when we make these decisions, but we have to balance that with the investment into our community, because I'm sure we all want to leave behind a vibrant and thriving community for our future generations. And I'm confident, although did not get everything I wanted through, I am confident in the compromises made and in full support of this motion here.
Thank you. As this will be the final item, I will allow all councillors, if they so wish, to have an opportunity to speak to this. I know it's been a long 2 days, but this is the conclusion of a very long process that has started, you know, quite a long time ago. We started this at Christmas time, and so those councillors that haven't spoken, Councillor Barker, I think Councillor Maxwell, Councillor Kiriopa, maybe Councillor Brown, if you would like to have an opportunity to have a final say, then I'm happy to take final comments. Councillor Brown.
If you insist. I would recognise all of the challenges we have and appreciate all the comments around the council table. The thing that perhaps we've lost sight of is the fact that we're in a highly inflationary environment, and a lot of the pressure on this organisation stems from that. That's out of our control. the budget that we've landed on as well above the LTP projection. But there is a good reason for that, and primarily a lot of it is around inflation. But well done, councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Kiriopa?
Sure, thanks. I feel a bit deflated with where we've landed. I respect the decisions that a great team have made today, and the reasons they've given for those decisions. In all honesty, as a Māori ward representative, I actually don't have the information that I'd like to have. I don't even know how many ratepayers I represent. Basic information like that actually isn't available, as far as I'm aware, because that sort of information isn't collected. But I drive around Koutu in the communities that Councillor Patterson has spoken about, and I see all the for sale signs, and I ask myself all the time, are we still rating our people off our lands? I accept that, we've landed here, there's no going back. As much as I'd like to have the opportunity to relook at some of the decisions that were made to try and lower the rate, but we are where we are. Yes, it's really important that we start looking at how we might improve some of these systems and processes moving forward with the long-term plan. My thoughts are with any people who, that's not going to help if they do lose their houses due to the decisions that we've made today. But I also want to support the thanks that were given to you for Deputy Mayor for the way that you ran the process, and for for the team for the hard work that we've all done on this. Ngā mihi. And also the staff.
Ngā mihi, Councillor Kiriopa. Councillor Maxwell, did you wish to have a comment?
Thank you. No, I appreciate everything that's been said by everyone, and having sat through many of these over many years, I found this process actually one of the better ones that I can recall. I think we had 2 bites of the cherry, the one we sent out to the people, and 2,100 submissions came in, the second highest since I've been here, submissions, and that helped me come back with another look, and getting that opportunity to have another look. I changed my mind on a few things as we went through. You win some, you lose some. I'm pleased that what we have gained, and if we'd have been able to forget about how much it came to, we were probably trying to get to what we went out with 7.2. But like I said earlier, a lot of people, there were many things that came back from those submissions that said, don't do this, and we've listened. I think we've listened to the people out there. So for me, I'm very pleased with that. And also we heard 62 submissions, people who came in and spoke to us directly. Some of the things if I can indulge a bit more, in the past, I didn't used to like of where we'd go through everything. Everyone fights hard for what they want. And then we come to this final vote like now, and the odd person, I won't name any names or anything, because they didn't get one of their pet subjects or pet thing they supported, would vote against it. Well, I used to think, well, should we go back over the whole thing again? Which I wouldn't like us to do in this case. But so I think I will be supporting what we've gone out to, and I'm sure the public will appreciate the hard work that every one of our councillors have put up. Thank you for your chairmanship too, Madam Acting Mayor. And what I also liked was I thought, oh, we're into a bit of a hard time here. A couple of things we're starting to get look like a council of chaos, and we were going to get into some messy, what do we call it? A proposal put up. But you took some time out and brought it back, and it was a lot more clearer for us. And so I think we've been treated fairly well. Thank you to Jeff and all the staff for the people who have presented before us. And one thing that I've been very pleased about with this, also with this process we've gone through, a month or so ago, we were going to lose some people. There was some staff who were going to go. And because the submissions came in from the community, we've listened and we're retaining some good people. So I'm pleased with that. So kia ora koutou katoa, kei te mihi au kia koutou, mā te atua koutou e manaki. Kia ora no tātou katoa.
Ngā mihi, Councillor Maxwell. Councillor Barker, I think the final word.
Final word. I'm very grateful to follow the wisdom of an experienced councillor who has done this process before and rates it as one of the better ones. It certainly felt that way from the inside, even though it was challenging. It's been wonderful that we've had such high community engagement. It reflects the passion that the community has for our town and our district. So we all thank our community for feeding back to us, which actually helps a difficult job to be that a bit easier because we understand what's important to the community. I want to thank the acting mayor and also Mayor Tapsell, who could well be watching, for their leadership throughout this process that has indeed been challenging to make it a robust process, and the wonderful and hard work of the staff to get it all together in the time frame, on time, and in a format that we can deal with. Kia ora, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Barker. So we've got the motion on the table. It's been moved by Councillor Lee. It's been seconded by Councillor Wang. All those in favour, please raise their hand. Those against? Thank you, that is carried. And Councillor Patterson and Councillor O'Brien, Councillor Kirapa, wish to have their votes recorded against. Can I thank you all, councillors, for the way in which you have engaged in this process. It has been challenging at times, and I can feel, as I mentioned at the beginning, it was going to be a difficult decision to balance the needs of what the community had said that they wanted us to deliver, but also to balance the fact that they wanted us to also deliver affordable and a rates rise. So it's been a long and involved process. I think we've had some very healthy debate today. I'd like to particularly thank Jeff on my left wing man, and my right wing man, Una, for their guidance in this process, and to all of the other staff that have been involved in this process. Thomas answering all the finance questions, Stavros, Anaru, Gina, I know JP is away on leave. Have I forgotten anyone? But I just sincerely want to thank all of the staff for their involvement in this process. It has been challenging. We all want to make the right decision for the community, and I think that what we have achieved today is that we have listened to the feedback, we have weighed up those decisions carefully, and we have made a decision based on each of our individual judgments, which I think in totality will be much better for the community. So thank you all for this process. Best wishes, Mayor Tapsell. We hope to hear some news from you soon, and perhaps we could ask Councillor Wang to close the meeting with a karakia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kia whakairea te tapu, kia wātea ai te ara, kia tūruki whakataha ai, kia tūruki whakataha ai, haumie, huie, tae kie.
Thank you, councillors. I declare the meeting closed at 7:38 p.m. Thank you. Amendment 2:38 p.m.